probably also in English or in French. Too much French today, so if you need translation, please, you have all the equipment at the back of this room. So please, can you join us here at the back of this room if you need some equipment for translation. Donc si vous avez besoin de traduction, parce qu'il y aura aussi probablement des speeches en arabe également ou en anglais, veuillez rejoindre le fond de la salle pour prendre votre équipement de traduction. Voilà, merci beaucoup. المعلومة الثانية باش كل الحصة الصباحية باش تكون متلفزة وبث مباشر على التلفزة الوطنية التونسية. Donc toute la session matinale sera diffusée en direct sur la première chaîne nationale. So all the morning session will be broadcasted live on the national TV. Thank you. So we're about to start and we have to start on time. سي عادل دفدوف. سي عادل دفدوف. مرحبا بكم الكل. فقط نشوف فما ناس واقفة في آخر القاعة. فما في نفس المبنى هوني قاعة بجنب القاعة هذية فيها بث مباشر الكل فعاليات المنتدى. فإذا ممكن تلتحقوا بها كتنجموا تتصلوا بتوت لي زوتيس داكوي دونك ينجموا يرافقوكم ويوريوكم وين موجودة القاعة هذية جوست اكوتي. دونك كل الناس اللي وسامحونا دونك احنا نفضلوا بالطبع معناتها يكون الإقبال كبير، ولكن فاق كل التوقعات وشرف لتونس وإن شاء الله ننطلقوا بعد ثواني. وحتى شكرا للتلفزة الوطنية أيضا لأنه جاهزين للبث المباشر، ولكن بعض الدقائق وننطلقوا إن شاء الله. فكل الناس اللي واقفين نتصور ما كنتش باش تكونوا في ظروف طيبة، فما قاعة مخصصة لكم في أحسن ظروف وفيها بث مباشر لكل الفعاليات. وشكرا. Mesdames et messieurs, pour toutes les personnes qui sont au fond de la salle, je vous informe qu'il y a une salle juste à côté où il y a une diffusion en direct de toute la cérémonie, de toute la séance inaugurale et de tout l'événement d'ailleurs. Donc vous pouvez rejoindre cette salle pour assister à l'événement. Peut-être certainement vous serez dans de meilleures conditions et nous sommes très contents bien évidemment donc la participation dépasse toutes les attentes. Voilà. سيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أفتتح معكم هذا اليوم الأول من هذه التظاهرة الإقليمية الرفيعة، حيث نلتقي اليوم تحت شعار الصحة الواحدة. في لحظة تتطلب منا جميعا تعزيز التنسيق والعمل المشترك بين مختلف القطاعات المتداخلة. على مدار هذا اليوم واليوم الثاني سنكون على موعد مع كلمات رسمية، مع عروض رفيعة، مع نقاشات على مستوى دولي وشهادات ميدانية. قبل أن ننطلق أدعو منكم بكل لطف الوقوف للنشيد الوطني للجمهورية التونسية.
يا حماة الحمى هلموا هلموا لمجد الزمن، وقد صرخت في عروقنا الدماء، نموت نموت ويحيا الوطن لتروي السماوات نيرانها، لترمي الصواعق نيرانها إلى عز تونس إلى مجدها، رجال البلاد وشبانها، فلا عاش في تونس من خانها، ولا عاش من ليس من جندها، نموت ونحيا على عهدها حياة الكرام وموت العظام. حماة الحمى يا حماة الحمى هلموا هلموا لمجد الزمن، وقد صرخت في عروقنا الدماء، نموت نموت ويحيا الوطن، ولن السواعد بين الأمم، سطورا سطورا كهذا البناء، سواعد يهتز فوقها العلم، نباهي به ونباهي بنا، وفيها كفى للعلا والهمم، وفيها ضمان بنيل المنى، وفيها لأعداء تونس لقم، وفيها لمن سلمون السلام. حماة الحمى يا حماة الحمى هلموا هلموا لمجد الزمن، وقد صرخت في عروقنا الدماء، نموت نموت ويحيا الوطن، إذا الشعب يوما أراد الحياة فلا بد أن يستجيب القضاء، ولا بد لليل أن ينجلي، ولا بد للقيد أن ينكسر. حماة الحمى يا حماة الحمى هلموا هلموا لمجد الزمن، وقد صرخت في عروقنا الدماء، نموت نموت ويحيا الوطن.
شكرا لكم. تحية لكم مرة أخرى، وتحية لكل مشاهدينا على القناة الوطنية الأولى. نبدأ هذا اليوم بكلمات رسمية تعكس التزام الدولة التونسية بنهج الصحة الواحدة. الكلمة الأولى نرحب أولا بمعالي وزير الصحة السيد مصطفى الفرجاني.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة الوزراء، معالي الوزراء، سيدات وسادة، ضيوف الكرام، بكل صدق أنا حبيت قبل ما نبدأ الكلمة الرسمية نتوجه بالشكر الكبير لمعالي الوزراء، لجميع ممثلي البلدان الإقليم الشرق الأوسط وإفريقيا الشمالية، اللي برهنوا بالفعل الصحة الواحدة ماهوش كلام، بل ملف قطاعي يهم الإقليم ككل، وقضية مشتركة تهمنا الكل. وجودكم معنا يعطي قيمة حقيقية للمؤتمر ويبعث رسالة أمل وثقة، والحضور الكثيف هذايا ما شاء الله يدل على القيمة اللي تعطيوها الناس كل. الصحة الواحدة، صحة الإنسان من صحة الحيوان والبيئة. وأنا أعتذر كان ثم شوية الأماكن كانت ناقصة شوية، لكن المهم هو نخرجوا بالإعلان ونخرجوا بميثاق اللي يخلي كيف تكون صحة الإنسان تهم جميع القطاعات وجميع البلدان، لأن كما نعرفوا الأمراض اللي تجي من الحيوانات ولا من الاحتباس الحراري هذه الكل ما عندهاش حدود. كيف نحب نشكر البنك الدولي اللي مش على التمويل فقط، كذلك اللي هو مهم، لكن الإيمان بالقدرة على التغيير والعمل الجماعي والثقة في العمل هذا باش يكون بالنسبة البلدان مع بعضنا تكون دفع قوي للمضي قدما في صحة واحدة، مسار واحد، مستقبل واحد. وما نجمش ما نشكرش كيف الرباعي الراعي لمنظمة الصحة العالمية، منظمة الفاو، المنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان، منظمة الأمم المتحدة للبيئة. دعمهم كان صادق ومتواصل وديما مبني على شراكة حقيقية وعلى تعاون حقيقي. فيسعدني أن أتوجه إليكم اليوم في هذا الحدث الإقليمي البارز، مؤتمر صحة واحدة مستقبل واحد، اللي يجمع نخبة من صانعي السياسات والخبراء وممثلي المنظمات الدولية في لحظة يتعزز فيها الوعي الجماعي بأن صحة الإنسان والحيوان والبيئة مترابطة بشكل وثيق، وأن مستقبلنا المشترك يعتمد على إدراك هذا الترابط والعمل من خلاله. هذا المؤتمر ليس مجرد منصة للحوار، بل دعوة جماعية إلى الفعل. فالتهديدات الصحية التي نواجهها اليوم، من الجوائح إلى مقاومة المضادات الحيوية والتغيرات المناخية، تتجاوز الحدود، ولا يمكن التعامل معها بمنطق القطاع الواحد أو السياسات المنعزلة المنفردة. وتونس التي تبنت مبكراً مقاربة الصحة الواحدة تعتبر أن هذا المؤتمر محطة استراتيجية لتعزيز التكامل الإقليمي وتسريع الانتقال نحو سياسات تشاركية عابرة للقطاعات. وقد جاء هذا التوجه منسجماً مع رؤية سيادة رئيس الجمهورية الأستاذ قيس سعيد التي تقوم على بناء دولة عادلة ترسخ السيادة الوطنية في جميع مجالاتها وتضع الإنسان في قلب السياسات العمومية، وتدعو إلى اعتماد نهج يرتكز على الاستجابة الحقيقية لحاجيات المواطنين في كل الجهات بعيداً عن التمركز والتفاوت. وفي هذا السياق أنشئت اللجنة الوطنية للأمراض المشتركة بين الإنسان والحيوان منذ سنة 1994 في تونس، ووضعت نظام للإنذار المبكر بخصوص إنفلونزا الطيور مطلع سنة 2000، ثم اعتمدت سنة 2018 خطة وطنية شاملة لمجابهة مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات. وهنا نحب نذكر بالدراسة اللي خرجت عالمية سنة 2016 واللي تقول كان ما نعملوا حتى شيء على الجراثيم اللي ما عادش معناها يمشي معاها المضادات الحيوية ولا الأنتيبيوتيك، عام 2050 باش يكون فيه 10 ملايين وفاة في العالم، أغلبها في قارة إفريقيا وآسيا سنوياً. فهذا التحدي يلزم من توا كلنا مع بعضنا ناخذوا الاحتياطات والوقاية حتى ما نوصلوش للتداعيات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية اللي تنجم توصل 100 تريليون خسائر اقتصادية في العالم جراء الوفيات هذه، ونكونوا استباقيين. وتوج كذلك الالتزام في أكتوبر 2024 بقبول ترشح تونس لتمويل صندوق الجوائح بانديميك فاند بقيمة 25 مليون دولار بدعم من البنك الدولي لتعزيز مرونة النظام الصحي الوطني وتدعيم قدرته على الوقاية والاستعداد والكشف والاستجابة لحالات الطوارئ الصحية بما يشمل الأوبئة. هذا البرنامج يعد ركيزة للعمل المشترك بين وزارات الصحة والفلاحة والبيئة، ويساهم في تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية متعددة القطاعات للأمن الصحي ضمن مقاربة صحة واحدة One Health وفقاً للأنظمة الصحية الدولية. أيها السيدات والسادة، لكي تكون مقاربة الصحة واحدة فعالة ومستدامة لا بد من الاستثمار في بناء القدرات البشرية والمؤسساتية، وندعو اليوم إلى إطلاق شبكات بحث إقليمية متعددة التخصصات تجمع بين الباحثين والأطباء والبياطرة والصيادلة وخبراء البيئة والاقتصاد وعلوم البيانات والإحصائيات، والعمل على تطوير برامج أكاديمية مشتركة تدمج علوم الصحة والبيطرة والبيئة ضمن مسارات تعليمية موحدة في مستويات الماجستير والدكتوراه بجامعاتنا. كما نأمل أن تترجم مخرجات هذا المؤتمر إلى نقلة نوعية في التنسيق الإقليمي، ومن خلال إعلان قرطاج المبادرة المرتقبة في خلال هذا المؤتمر نطمح إلى موائمة السياسات الوطنية وتفعيل اتفاقيات تعاون رسمية بين الوزارات والهيئات المعنية لتحديد الأدوار وتعزيز التكامل وتنفيذ مبادرات عابرة للحدود مثل حملات تلقيح مشتركة وتبادل بيانات الأمراض وتقييم المخاطر الصحية بطريقة منظمة وفعالة. أيها السيدات والسادة، لقد جمعنا هذا المؤتمر تحت مظلة رؤية موحدة، لكن التحدي الحقيقي يبدأ الآن. نحن مدعوون إلى تحويل هذا الزخم السياسي والتقني إلى برامج تنفيذية واقعية وشراكات فعالة طويلة الأمد تعزز مرونة أنظمتنا الصحية وتكرس السيادة الصحية لشعوبنا وتبني مستقبلاً أكثر أمناً وعدالة واستدامة. وقبل أن أختم كلمتي أعبر عن بالغ شكري وامتناني للشركاء المنظمين لهذا المؤتمر، البنك الدولي والشراكة الرباعية، وكذلك المنظمات وجميع البلدان والوزراء الذين تكبدوا مشاق السفر للحضور ودعم هذه المقاربة وهذه المبادرة. فلنواصل معاً بإرادة صلبة ورؤية موحدة المسار نحو صحة واحدة، مستقبل واحد، بيئة واحدة، ومصير مشترك. شكراً لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وشكرا لكم معالي الوزير. الرسالة واضحة في آخر الكلمة، وننتظر اليوم أيضا إعلان قرطاج كما تفضلت وتكلمت منذ قليل، باش يكون اليوم بعد شوية فما إعلان قرطاج إن شاء الله، باش تكون أنت بنفسك تشرف على هذا الإعلان الرمزي، ولكن اللي أكيد نتمنى أن الناس كل تتفق كما قلت أنت قبليك على أهم نقاطه فيما فيه خير لمستقبل العمل المشترك وصحة واحدة. نواصل في نتبع نفس المسار، والكلمة الآن لمعالي وزير الفلاحة السيد عز الدين بشيخ. معالي الوزير تفضل.
صباح الخير كل الحضور الكرام. حبيت نتمنى لكم إقامة طيبة في تونس. مرحبا بكم. مانيش باش نعاود اللي قالوا أخي وصديقي وزميلي السيد وزير الصحة السيد مصطفى الفرجاني، باش نشكركم على تلبيتكم الدعوة التظاهرة الهامة هذه كما المؤتمر الهام صحة الواحدة، صحة واحدة للناس الكل اللي كلنا مشتركين فيها. حبيت نشكركم على تلبيتكم الدعوة ومرحبا بكم في تونس مرة أخرى. هذا البلد المضياف. حضرات السيدات والسادة الوزراء، حضرات السيدات والسادة رؤساء الوفود، حضرات السيدات والسادة ممثلي المنظمات الدولية، حضرات السيدات والسادة الضيوف الكرام، يسرني أن أشارككم اليوم هذا المؤتمر الإقليمي الهام حول منهج الصحة الواحدة الذي يجسد التزام تونس الراسخ بتعزيز التعاون والتكامل بين قطاعات الصحة الحيوانية والبشرية والنباتية والبيئية في سبيل مواجهة التحديات الصحية الراهنة والمستقبلية. ويسعدني أن أرحب ترحيبا خاصا بضيوفنا الكرام لبلادنا، متمنيا لهم مقاما طيبا بيننا وعملا موفقا. وأود في مستهل الكلمة أن أعرب إلى السادة وزراء منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا عن شكري لقبولهم دعوة البلاد التونسية لحضور هذا المؤتمر، وإلى السادة ممثلي المنظمات العالمية عن تقديري لدعمهم المتواصل للبلاد التونسية. وأنا متأكد أن مع الوزراء ولا الوفود اللي ما نجموش يلبيوا الدعوة عندهم أعذارهم. كما لا يفوتني أن أقدم لمن سهروا على تنظيم هذا الملتقى الشكر على ما قاموا به من إعداد جيد ومحكم. حضرات السيدات والسادة، تواجه البلاد التونسية على غرار بلدان العالم العديد من التحديات الصحية العالمية التي أصبحت تهدد صحة الإنسان والأمن الغذائي للبلاد التونسية عبر تزايد الأمراض الحيوانية المنشأ وخطر مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات والآفات التي تهدد سلامة الأغذية في ظل التحولات السريعة المرتبطة بالعولمة والتغيرات المناخية التي تشهدها المنطقة، إذ تتسبب الأمراض الحيوانية المنشأ في أكثر من 60% من الأمراض المعدية البشرية، وهو ما يعزز الارتباط الوثيق بين صحة الحيوان وصحة الإنسان. ولها أيضاً انعكاسات سلبية من الناحية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية، إذ تؤثر هذه الأمراض على إنتاج الثروة الحيوانية والتجارة فيها، وتتسبب في أكثر من 20% من الخسائر في الإنتاج الحيواني على المستوى العالمي، وتهدد بالتالي الأمن الغذائي لشعوبنا. حضرات السيدات والسادة الكرام، لقد أثبتت جائحة كورونا كوفيد 2019 بوضوح أن الأمراض المعدية والأوبئة لا تعرف الحدود، وأن صحة الإنسان لا يمكن أن تكون بمعزل عن صحة الحيوان والنبات وسلامة البيئة، وتتطلب معالجة هذه المخاطر الصحية المتزايدة التعقيد استجابة موحدة ومتكاملة وإرساء شراكات مستدامة ومتعددة القطاعات للوقاية من الأمراض الحيوانية المنشأ والتأهب والاستجابة لها. ومن هذا المنطلق فإن تبني منهج صحة واحدة لم يعد خياراً بل ضرورة ملحة تفرضها التحديات الصحية والبيئية المتزايدة في منطقتنا وفي العالم أسره. أن قطاع الفلاحة يلعب دوراً أساسياً في هذه المنظومة، فسلامة الغذاء ومراقبة الأمراض الحيوانية والآفات النباتية والتوازن البيئي كلها محاور ترتبط ارتباطاً وثيقاً بصحة الإنسان واستدامة مواردنا الطبيعية. ومن هنا فإن تعزيز التعاون بين وزارات الفلاحة والصحة والبيئة وتطوير سياسات مشتركة هو المفتاح لضمان مستقبل أكثر أماناً وصحة لشعوبنا. حضرات السيدات والسادة، كما تعلمون البلاد التونسية عضو بمنظمة الفاو والاتفاقية الدولية لحماية النباتات، وقد دأب الطرفان خلال السنوات الأخيرة بالتعاون مع الشركاء الفاعلين والأطراف المتداخلة على انتهاج منهج الصحة الواحدة One Health، صحة الإنسان وصحة الحيوان والنبات. يعتبر انشغال المنظمات الدولية والجهوية بمسألة مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات في مجال الصحة النباتية حديث العهد على المستوى الدولي. انطلق الحديث على هذا الموضوع في اجتماع الدورة السابعة عشرة لهيئة تدابير الصحة النباتية خلال شهر مارس 2023، وحيث لا يزال يشمله بعض الضبابية. وكانت من بين مخرجات هذا الاجتماع دعوة الدول الأعضاء لمزيد تعميق الدراسات والبحوث في هذا المحور بهدف الحصول على رؤية واضحة في هذا الشأن. وتعتبر حالياً بعض المبيدات الفطرية والبكتيرية كمضادات حيوية يمكن أن تسبب ظاهرة المقاومة عند الإنسان. ولعل تنظيم هذا المؤتمر بصفة خاصة وبعث هذا المشروع في العموم يكون إقراراً من البلاد التونسية بأهمية هذا المنهج، وهو الصحة الواحدة، وبضرورة توحيد الرؤية في هذا المجال، لا سيما في مجال مقاومة المضادات. حضرات السيدات والسادة الكرام، إن حضوركم اليوم ومشاركتكم الفاعلة في هذا المؤتمر دليل على التزامنا جميعاً بالعمل المشترك والتكاتف من أجل إيجاد حلول ناجعة تعزز صحة الإنسان والحيوان والنبات وسلامة البيئة في منطقتنا. لذلك أدعوكم جميعاً إلى تبادل الخبرات والعمل على وضع استراتيجيات عملية قابلة للتنفيذ تعكس رؤيتنا المشتركة لمستقبل أكثر استدامة وصحة. لا يسعني في الختام إلا أن أشكركم على حضوركم، وأتمنى لهذا المؤتمر النجاح والتوفيق، وأنا متأكد أنه سينجح إن شاء الله، وأتطلع إلى أن يكون نقطة انطلاق لمزيد من التعاون المثمر بين دول الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا في هذا المجال الحيوي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وشكرا لكم معالي وزير الفلاحة عز الدين بالشيخ. شكرا لكم على هذه الرسائل وهذه مواضيع الكل باش تتناقش اكيد بين اليوم وغدوه في مختلف الورشات والندوات. الكلمه الان لمعالي وزير البيئه السيد حبيب عبيد. سيد الوزير تفضل، الكلمه ليك.
السلام عليكم، نهاركم سعيد. ما هو العنصر الثالث من الصحة الواحدة، أنا موجود، ما تغيرتش عليكم وساهمت مع الأخويا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، السادة الوزراء، السادة الأصدقاء ممثلي البنك الدولي، السيد ممثل منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة، السيد ممثل برنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة، السيد ممثل منظمة الصحة العالمية، السيد ممثلة المنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان، ضيوف تونس الكرام، السيدات والسادة، يشرفني أن أشارك في افتتاح أشغال المؤتمر الإقليمي حول الصحة الواحدة لتعزيز التعاون في مجال الصحة والفلاحة والبيئة، الذي يندرج في إطار دعم الترابط بين الصحة، صحة الإنسان والحيوان والبيئة. ويطيب لي بهذه المناسبة أن أرحب بضيوفنا الكرام وأشكركم على تلبية الدعوة للمشاركة في فعاليات هذا المؤتمر، وأتمنى أن يساهم في التعريف بنهج الصحة الواحدة ودعم التعاون بمنطقتنا وتعزيز العمل البيئي والصحي والفلاحي على المستوى الإقليمي لضمان صحة جيدة للمجتمعات والمنظومات الإيكولوجية. وأنتهز هذه المناسبة لأعرب عن التزامنا والتزام القطاع البيئة لدعم علاقات التعاون والشراكة المتعددة الأطراف في جميع المجالات على غرار الصحة والفلاحة والبيئة من حركية وتنوع. ونجدد شكرنا إلى البنك الدولي وجميع المنظمات الأممية على دعمهم لتنظيم هذا المؤتمر الهام. حضرات السيدات والسيدات، نتساءل، هناك صحة، هناك هي بتونس الخضراء، وهي ركيزة لدستورنا بتونس، وكذلك وهي استجابة لدعوة سيادة رئيس الجمهورية الأستاذ قيس سعيد، حيث دعا الوزارات والقطاعات للعمل معا وبتناسق وليس بصفة فردية. وهذا ما فاتي أن سيادة رئيس الجمهورية اخدموا مع بعضكم، ما يخدمش كل قطاع وحده. واليوم أنا جسمنا وثلاثة قطاعات موجودة: الفلاحة والصحة والبيئة. وما تنظيم هذا المؤتمر إلا تكريس لخيارات تونس لمعارضة الشهود الدولية ذات العلاقة بحماية البيئة والعناية بالصحة، وهي فرصة للتذكير بمخاطر التلوث والملوثات الغذائية المعروفة والمستجدة والمحتملة على صحة الإنسان، وللعمل على تحقيق التوازن بين الصحة والغذاء والبيئة. ونلتقي اليوم لدعم هذه الأنشطة وتطوير هذا الوعي من أجل عمل ملموس ومتواصل بأبعاده الدولية والإقليمية والوطنية والمحلية. وأكد على المحلية أن هذا الأساس متاع العمل متاعنا، لازم يكون محلي ومجتمعي، كما هي فرصة لتحديد الأولويات وتعزيز التعاون بين القطاعات لمواجهة التحديات الصحية الناشئة التي تواجه مجتمعاتنا، والاستجابة لها والوقاية منها بطريقة متكاملة من خلال نهج الصحة الواحدة. حضرات السيدات والسادة، تعتمد صحة الإنسان على الهواء النقي والمناخ المستقر وصون البيئة الطبيعية، فضلاً عن توفير مياه نقية وخدمات صرف صحي والنظافة. كما يتطلب التمتع بصحة جيدة توفير الحماية من الإشعاعات الضارة والتصرف الحكيم في المواد الكيميائية وتوفير ظروف عمل ملائمة. ولضمان بيئة سليمة وصحيحة، هناك برنامج وزارة الفلاحة اللي نتعدى على بعض الأهم الجوانب متاعه، هو التطهير هو التصرف في النفايات وتثمينها، مراقبة نوعية الهواء، الحد من الغازات المضرة، الإنذار المسبق، مراقبة نوعية الهواء، حماية الشريط الساحلي والنظافة والمتابعة والتهيئة، الحد من تلوث المائدة المائية. وعلاوة عن أنشطة المراقبة والمتابعة، تعمل وزارة البيئة على تحسين معايير البيئية وتشجيع استخدام التقنيات والسلوكيات الصديقة للبيئة وتهيئة المناطق الخضراء وحماية التنوع البيولوجي ومقاومة التصحر وخاصة من الرمال. يعتبر موضوع الصحة الواحدة مقاربة تشاركية بين البيئة والفلاحة والصحة، وتحالف لفائدة المجتمعات، ليس لفائدتنا بل لفائدة الإنسان، حيث يهدف إلى تحقيق التوازن والأداء الأمثل على نحو مستدام في صحة الإنسان والحيوان والنظم الإيكولوجية، وهو اعتراف منا بالترابط بين صحة الإنسان وصحة الحيوان وصحة النبات والبيئة على نطاق أوسع. ولعل تجربة تونس في مجال مجابهة إنفلونزا الطيور جعل من رجال الفلاحة والغابات والبياطرة وأطباء معهد باستور يتدخلون كفريق واحد لمواجهة الوباء. وهذه فاجعة عشناها لأول مرة في حياتنا سنوات 90 اللي الإنفلونزا الطيور جات، نجم نقول لي كنت معناتها مسؤول عن الحدائق الوطنية وعن الحيوانات البرية، وأصاب على الاتهام أو الاتهام أنت المسؤول عنها. ما كناش نعرف كيفية الجمع، ما معنى الجمع، ما معنى الوقاية، وكانوا البياطرة معنا اللي علمونا كيفاش وشنو النوع وفي أي وقت ناخذوهم. وبعد معنا لانستيتي باستور كيفاش نهزوا له للتحليل وكيفية أول مرة نهزوا حيوان في جلاسير ثلاجة، وبدينا نتعلموا وكوننا العمل متاعنا في الجامعة وكل شيء. وهذا أول نهج للصحة، وعرفنا اللي احنا مسؤولين ورجعت لنا المسؤولية. وبعد رجعت لنا في انفلونزا الخنازير، وبعد بدا الوباءات الكل كنا احنا نساهموا فيها. وهذا معناتها أول نهج اللي صحة واحدة بدا يظهر في الوقت هذاك. وهذه التجربة تونس نظن ثم وكما تعرض لها السيد وزير الصحة اللي ثم لجنة كاملة متواجدة وكنا نشتغلوا مع بعضنا، وهذه لازمنا نعاودوا نرجعوها ودائما نشتغلوا مع بعضها. كما تدخلت حينها المنظمات الوطنية، ثم تعاضد كبير على المستوى. المنظمات الوطنية كما اتحاد الفلاحين كان معنا، الجمعيات حتى المحلية موجودة، الفلاحين والمتساكنين. وكانت المضرة الكبيرة اللي جات الفلاحين، وتعرفوا قطاع الدواجن في تونس معناتها قطاع هام وعنده انعكاس صحي وانعكاس اقتصادي واجتماعي. في الأخير ما نطولش عليكم، أتمنى أن يكون هذا المؤتمر فرصة لبناء شراكات جديدة لدعم التعاون الدولي والإقليمي والوطني لتعزيز صحة الإنسان والحيوان والنباتات والنظم الإيكولوجية وتطوير السياسات والأطر القانونية. بالنسبة لورقة العمل، بالنسبة لنا نحن الأهمية لازمنا نعرفوا بمفهوم الصحة الواحدة، هذه حاجة مش معروفة ولازمنا نعرفوا بها. لازمنا ندرسوا الترابط بين صحة الإنسان وصحة الحيوان والنظم الإيكولوجية، وهناك بعض الأمثلة اللي تكون موجودة. لازمنا إنذار مسبق، لازمنا نعرفوا، لازمنا نستبقوا الأحداث باش نجموا نتدخلوا. لازمنا نقيموا سياساتنا وتدخلاتنا، خاصة تونس تو على مخطط 2026-2030 لازم الصحة الواحدة تتذكر في جميع القطاعات بما فيها الفلاحة والصحة والبيئة. تحديد الفجوات المعرفية، ولأن لازم الفيترينير، لازم المعهد البيئة، مؤسسات البحث الفلاحي تشتغل مع بعضها في نفس الشيء ويعرفونا شنو سامحني الصحة الواحدة، وكذلك تشجيع الابتكار والبحوث. نضع وضع خارطة طريق وخطط عمل للصحة الواحدة. لازمنا دعم قدرات في مجال الصحة الواحدة. لازمنا التوعية حول الترابط بين الصحة والبيئة وصحة الحيوان. وفي الأخير أجدد ترحابي بضيوف تونس الكرام، وأتمنى أن تكلل فعالية هذا المؤتمر بالنجاح. وفقنا الله في أعمالنا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لكم معالي الوزير حبيب عبيد وزير البيئة. الصحة الواحدة لم تعد شعارا، وهذا اللي تأكدنا منه ولمسناه في الكلمات، بل هي أصبحت ضرورة كما قال سيد وزير الصحة منذ دقائق. اليوم تونس تثبت مرة أخرى أني قادرة على الريادة في التنسيق والتكامل والعمل الميداني المشترك، وهذا اللي يطمح له أظن المنتدى واللقاء هذا في تونس. إن شاء الله نكونوا موافقين في هذا الكل. ننتقل الآن إلى كلمات الشركاء الدوليين اللي رافقوا الرؤية هذه ويدعموا ترجمتها على واقع ملموس. نواصل إذن مع كلماتهم في مقاربة الصحة الواحدة. نبدأ بكلمة السيد أحمد مصطفى الدايلي، هو المدير الإقليمي لمنطقة المغرب العربي ومالطا بالبنك الدولي. الكلمة لكم. Monsieur, la parole est à vous.
Excellence, Monsieur Moustapha Farjani, ministre de la Santé de la République tunisienne. Excellence, Monsieur Ezzedine Bencher, ministre de l'Agriculture, des Ressources hydrauliques et de la Pêche. Excellence, Monsieur Habib Hadbid, ministre de l'Environnement. Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres des pays invités. Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations quadripartites. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants du corps diplomatique et des organisations internationales présentes en Tunisie, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi tout d'abord de commencer par remercier sincèrement et féliciter le gouvernement tunisien pour nous avoir réunis aujourd'hui ici à Tunis pour cet événement régional d'envergure. Je remercie également les gouvernements de tous les pays représentés aujourd'hui pour leur participation et leur contribution, ainsi que les organisations quadripartites, la FAO, le Programme des Nations Unies pour l'environnement, l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, l'Organisation mondiale de la santé animale, pour l'excellente collaboration à l'organisation de cette conférence. Le sujet de cette conférence, One Health, une seule santé, est plus crucial que jamais, car il souligne l'interconnexion vitale entre la santé des personnes, des animaux et de l'environnement qui est fondamentale pour la vie. One Health est une approche intégrée visant à équilibrer et optimiser durablement la santé des personnes, des animaux et des écosystèmes. One Health contribue ainsi au développement économique des pays. C'est aussi un domaine stratégique qui rassemble plusieurs secteurs, plusieurs approches et nos communautés. Son objectif est de réduire le risque ainsi que les coûts d'éventuelles futures pandémies et de construire un monde plus sain et plus résilient. Cette entreprise complexe nécessite une collaboration étroite et des efforts conjoints au sein des pays ainsi qu'au niveau régional pour prévenir efficacement les épidémies et de dérisquer les investissements de préparation aux crises sanitaires. Elle nécessite également des investissements ciblés pour générer des impacts tangibles à grande échelle. Et la conférence aujourd'hui est une excellente occasion de faire de l'initiative One Health une activité centrale dans notre dialogue au sein de la région MENA. Les efforts de la Banque mondiale en faveur de l'approche One Health visent à renforcer la sécurité sanitaire mondiale, à contribuer au développement et à réduire les coûts socio-économiques des pandémies. La Banque mondiale est fortement engagée dans la promotion de l'approche One Health à l'échelle mondiale dans des pays comme la Chine, l'Inde, les régions d'Asie centrale, d'Afrique occidentale et centrale. Dans la région MENA, nous travaillons en étroite collaboration avec nos partenaires pour comprendre les besoins d'investissement afin d'intégrer l'approche One Health au développement économique des pays. L'accent est mis sur l'amélioration des systèmes de surveillance des maladies à l'échelle régionale et la préparation aux pandémies et la prévention des maladies. L'accent est également mis sur le renforcement de la résilience des systèmes alimentaires et la préservation de la santé des écosystèmes. Par ailleurs, la Banque mondiale collabore avec les institutions quadripartites sur de nombreuses publications afin de faire avancer l'agenda mondial One Health. Ici en Tunisie, pays hôte de cette conférence importante, la Banque mondiale a développé un partenariat solide avec les ministères de l'Agriculture, le ministère de la Santé et le ministère de l'Environnement, un partenariat solide qui nous permet de renforcer davantage la collaboration sur l'agenda One Health. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les leçons qui émergent de l'approche One Health montrent qu'il est nécessaire d'avoir de solides plateformes institutionnelles pour soutenir la collaboration interdisciplinaire. Mais ce n'est pas tout. Il faut aussi des cadres réglementaires intersectoriels et l'intégration des données des différents secteurs, en plus de ressources financières pour intégrer ces activités dans le développement économique des pays. De plus, étant donné la nature des défis de l'approche One Health, les initiatives régionales et transnationales sont essentielles. C'est ainsi que cette conférence contribuera certainement à l'opérationnalisation d'une approche One Health dans la région MENA et au ciblage des investissements qui devront être mobilisés. La Banque mondiale accueille favorablement cette initiative et reste fermement engagée à soutenir cet agenda dans l'ensemble de la région MENA. Je tiens ici à remercier de nouveau le gouvernement tunisien et tous les pays ici représentés, ainsi que les organisations quadripartites, pour leur leadership, leur engagement et leur vision partagée. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
وشكرا لكم أحمد ومصطفى انتهي. إذا بعد كلمة البنك الدولي اللي قدمها المدير الإقليمي لمنطقة المغرب العربي ومالطا، نمر الآن إلى كلمة المنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان والكلمة للسيدة إيمانويل سوبيران.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, it is a true privilege to be with you today in Tunis, a city known for its legacy of diplomacy and dialogue, and a fitting host for this timely and significant conference on the One Health in the MENA region. Allow me to first commend the government of Tunisia for its leadership in hosting this event, and to thank also the World Bank Group on its ongoing support in strengthening integrated health systems. The conference marks an important milestone. It signals a collective understanding that the moment for joint action is not tomorrow, but now. At the World Organization for Animal Health, we have long championed the One Health approach, not as a theory, but as a practical tool for preventing the next pandemic, tackling antimicrobial resistance, and ensuring food security and food safety in a warming world. In MENA, we have taken a leading role in translating One Health from vision to implementation. We work hand in hand with veterinary authorities, public health ministries, and environmental agencies to promote a shared understanding of risk and build a united front for resilience. Our field presence in the region has enabled us to provide technical support, shape national frameworks, and foster cross-sector partnerships that are now showing tangible results. As several of you might know, last week, on the 2nd of June 2025, WOA and our quadripartite partners, FAO, UNEP, and WHO, signed a joint statement of intent to strengthen One Health collaboration in the Near and Middle East and North Africa MENA region as One Health, One Region, One Strength. The signing was not just symbolic. It is the result of months of technical dialogue, strategic alignment, and joint leadership. Why One Health now? The urgency is undeniable. As highlighted in the concept note of this conference, the MENA region faces a unique convergence of threats. Zoonotic disease outbreaks continue to emerge at the interface of wildlife, livestock, and human populations. Antimicrobial resistance is growing silently but relentlessly, often beyond the reach of siloed responses. And I was yesterday at the veterinary school of the Sidi Tabet, and I had a discussion with the students, and their main concern was antimicrobial resistance. They are ready to be partner in this fight against antimicrobial resistance. Food safety, from farm to fork, targeting the whole food value chain is essential to protect public health. And maintain trust in our food system. Effective prevention and control mechanisms are vital. And climate change, water scarcity, and ecosystem degradation are undeniable realities that we are facing. It is essential to develop robust and sustainable mechanisms to address them, mitigate their impacts, and strengthen our resilience. All this, combined with rapid urbanization, conflict, and unlimited resources, and we are left with no choice but to rethink the way we define and protect health. That's why this conference is more than a platform for dialogue. It is an opportunity for transformation. And WOA is proud to have contributed to the design and goals of this event, and we fully support the conference's three core objectives, which I would like to briefly reflect on. First, sharing best practices. We have seen remarkable One Health initiative in several member countries of the MENA region, and Tunisia included, of course. WOA has helped document and disseminated these cases because peer learning is power and sharing is one of our main values. Second, identifying barriers and opportunities. From surveillance gap to governance innovation, fragmentations, the challenges are real, but so are the innovations. We believe in building fit-for-purpose models that respect regional realities while drawing from global guidance. Three, developing a regional roadmap. This is the cornerstone. A shared, regionally owned vision will empower national authorities, donors, and technical partners like us to align their actions and investment. WOA is ready to support countries in operationalizing this roadmap with tools, capacity building, data systems that connect animals, human, environmental, and plant health. But always in a spirit of collaboration, building with countries, never apart from them. The governments represented here, and Tunisia, our gracious host, have demonstrated true leadership, and this is reflected in the ministerial panel we will hear later today. WOA and the quadripartite partners are proud to be part of this moment. From west to east, from north to south, we have worked alongside our regional members to build workforce capacities, support policy development, and bridge gaps between sectors. To go further, we must move forward together, and we truly believe in that. The strength of this conference lies in its policy and action-driven focus. Ministries of Health, Ministries of Agriculture, and Environment are the drivers of change. If One Health is to succeed, it must be embedded in national strategies, budget lines, and regulatory systems, and involve all departments, and beyond maybe these three departments that are core. We also need Ministry of Interior for the work of the municipalities, Ministry of Research, and it is true for all the issues that we have to tackle. We spoke about avian influenza, about antimicrobial resistance. We can also speak about rabies, for example. So from that to happen, we must move from early warning to early action, from isolated surveillance to integrated systems, from parallel policies to shared priorities. We have developed practical guidance to support this shift on AMR governance, integrated disease surveillance, risk communication, and we are also working closely with partners to build resilient veterinary services as a frontline defense. And as you know, investing in veterinary services, or more broadly in animal health system, is an investment in prevention. During the 92nd General Session of WOA last May, WOA emphasized vaccination as a key pillar of prevention, a tool to reduce antimicrobial use and an effective means of disease control, because we truly believe that prevention is better than cure, and prevention is not a cost, it is savings planned for future generations. The quadripartite partners, FAO, UNEP, WHO, are aligned in this message that we must reorient national health systems toward prevention, preparedness, and sustainability. We welcome the growing recognition of One Health in financing mechanisms, including through the Pandemic Fund. And to unlock the resources, countries must demonstrate readiness and coordination, exactly what this conference is helping to catalyze. Let us also not forget that One Health is about people. It's about rural communities who rely on livestock for survival. It's about young scientists who are driving innovation in diagnostics and surveillance. And it's about equity, ensuring that every country in MENA, regardless of income or geography, has a seat at the table and a voice in decision-making. Dear ministers, dear colleagues, let me conclude by highlighting that together we can build a healthier, more resilient and sustainable MENA region, not only for ourselves, but for generations to come. So let us act boldly and let us act together. Thank you. Merci. Shukran jazilan.
Et merci à vous. شكرا لكم. شكرا لكم. السيدة إيمانويل شوبيران المديرة العامة المنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان. الكلمة الآن كان المفروض هو يكون معنا في ربط مباشر الدكتور حكيم الواعي نحييه، والمدير العام مساعد منظمة الأغذية والزراعة فاو، ولكن يعوض هوني موجود الدكتور محمد عمراني. الكلمة ليك دكتور، مرحبا بك.
Sabah Noor, good morning everybody. Excellency Minister of Health, Excellence Minister of Agriculture, and the Excellence Minister of Environment, Excellency Minister, invited ministers and participating countries, my colleagues from international organizations, dear participants. On behalf of the FAO Assistant Director, the Assistant Director General and Regional Representative from the Near East and North Africa, and myself, I thank the government of Tunisia for calling for this regional and important conference related to One Health. I applaud the commitment to working together across sectors, institutions, and countries to improve the health of people, animals, plant, and environment. We are gathered here because we recognize that today's health challenges are no longer isolated or confined to a single sector. They are deeply interconnected. From pandemics and zoonotic outbreaks to food safety risks, antimicrobial resistance, and climate shocks, these threats affect all of us, and they require a coordination and harmonized actions and responses. This is the essence of One Health approach. While it is not a new concept, the urgency of our collective actions have never been greater. One Health competes compels to us to break down silos between sectors and disciplines and to act in an integrated and effective manner. The quadripartite partnership, FAO, WHO, the World Organization for Animal Health, and UNEP was established to support this shift. Together, we are helping countries to build stronger systems, shape sounder policies, and develop more integrated solutions. And while we have made meaningful progress, much more remains to be done. Now it is the time to move from concept to concrete actions, particularly at the country level and at the regional level, and I think this is what is about today. Since 2022, FAO has supported countries in the Near East and North Africa in advancing the One Health approach. Till today, FAO is managing around 50 projects related to One Health globally. One Health approach, promoting a cross-sectoral collaboration and leading the development of regional One Health mechanisms and action plans. The 36th FAO's regional conference in 2022 emphasized the critical importance of One Health. In 2024, FAO launched the Regional Technical Cooperation Project to operationalize One Health, reaffirming its commitment to integrate health systems and coordinated responses to transboundary threats. Here in Tunisia, we have witnessed several concrete initiatives that have been implemented under One Health principle. Under the Pandemic Fund project, a multiple sector preparedness initiative was launched in 2025 with the support with FAO, WHO, and the World Bank. Tunisia is one of actively engaged combating antimicrobial resistance through a project funded by AMR, multi-partner trust fund, and coordinated by FAO in coordination with the quadripartite colleagues. This initiative supports the implementation of Tunisia National Action Plan on AMR using One Health approach. Also, FAO has further supported Tunisia in joint risk assessment, national bridging workshop, and pandemic preparedness plans. In 2025, we work on a new chapter in our collective journey with the formal endorsement of 3 milestone documents within the quadripartite: the Regional One Health Coordination Mechanisms, the Regional One Health Action Plan 25-27, and the joint statement commitment by the regional directors and the representative of the quadripartite. Excellency, dear participants, the road ahead demands sustained commitment, collective actions, and clarity of purpose. The challenges we face are complex and deeply interlinked, but we are not starting from scratch. We have the partnership, the tools, and the shared ambition. One task now is to ensure coherence, enable implementation, and build a resilient and inclusive One Health foundation, which is the base, one of the objectives of today. That means working across sectors, engaging with committees, and aligning global, regional, and national priorities through evidence and innovation. I am confident that our region can not only accelerate One Health implementation, but also provide global leadership, share valuable lessons, and inspire progress worldwide. Thank you for your presence, your dedication, and your contribution in this important dialogue. And I thank all the colleagues that are part of the organizing this manifestation, and thank the government of Tunisia to giving us the opportunity to work together. Thank you.
وشكرا لكم. الدكتور محمد أمراني ممثل فهو في تونس. نمر الآن الكلمة هي كلمة مسجلة من الدكتور تيدروس أدانوم غيبريسيوس اللي هو مدير عام منظمة الصحة العالمية كما ممكن نشوفوا مع بعض.
Honorable Minister of Health Mustafa Farjani, Honorable Minister of Agriculture Izzeddin Ben Sheikh, Honorable Minister of Environment Habib Abid, dear colleagues and friends, I thank Tunisia's Ministry of Health for organizing this conference on this very important issue. The health of humans, animals, and our environment are inseparable. That's why a One Health approach is essential and why it's a key part of the WHO Pandemic Agreement, which member states adopted at the World Health Assembly last month. We need three things to translate the One Health approach into reality on the ground. First, we must strengthen national implementation, aligning with the One Health Joint Plan of Action. The Eastern Mediterranean region has already demonstrated progress following the One Health workshop organized by the quadripartite in Oman in 2023. Second, we need sustained investment. One Health requires long-term commitment, resources and domestic financing that match the scale of the challenges we face. And third, we need stronger cross-border collaboration and sharing of experiences, knowledge, and best practices. I commend Tunisia for its exceptional leadership in advocating for One Health in the region. Together with our quadripartite partners, WHO stands ready to support you on this journey. Together, we can build a safer, healthier, and more resilient future for all. I thank you. شكرا جزيلا.
كلمة معبرة جدا من تيدروس أدانوم غيبريسيوس المدير العام منظمة تونس.
Interconnected system. Biodiversity and a critical opportunity not only to respond to health emergencies, but also to prevent them. This means investing in research, capacity building, raising public awareness, and most importantly, integrating One Health approach into national intersectoral policies and implementation. Fragmented or silo responses no longer serve us, as the previous speakers highlighted. Fortunately, the solutions are within our reach. Mitigating health risks emerging from environmental degradation translate to conserving and restoring ecosystems, making our food systems sustainable, controlling pollution, and managing waste better. Doing so helps us enhance climate resilience, safeguard public health, and foster sustainable development. I congratulate the government of Tunisia, the World Bank, and the quadripartite organizations for organizing this conference. It's particularly noteworthy that representatives from the Ministries of Health, Environment, and Agriculture, maybe for the first time, alongside practitioners, are all participating in this conference to discuss how we make the One Health implementable and operational in the MENA region. UNEP is looking forward to the outcome of this conference to guide our work in the future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, UNEP is proud to contribute to the One Health quadripartite partnership through advancing science and knowledge and providing technical and policy support in the region. We stand ready to support and help drive regional efforts that unify actions across sectors to protect the health of humans, animals, and the environment alike. Thank you once again for this opportunity to participate. Sincere appreciation to all the organizers of this conference, and I wish you a very productive and successful conference. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
وشكرا لكم الدكتور عبد المجيد حداد على تفاعلك معنا. شكرا. إذا ومن خلالك أنت نشكر كل الشركاء على دعمهم المستمر. نمر الآن إلى فيديو كما قلت أنشطة الصحة الواحدة في تونس.
Tunisia has chosen to be a pioneer in the field of One Health. It began creating an enabling environment as early as 1994, well before the concept was formally established, with the creation of the National Committee on Anthropozoonosis. Since 2000, an early warning system has been in place combining border screening, targeted farm testing, wetland bird monitoring, and a standing emergency plan updated annually to early detect avian influenza. In 2014, the country reinforced its commitment by establishing the National Committee for the Implementation of the International Health Regulations, a legally binding WHO framework that supports early detection and reporting of outbreaks, strengthens core public health capacities, and promotes cross-sectoral collaboration in responding to health threats. In 2016, and following the ratification of the Paris Agreement, Tunisia has taken bold steps in climate action through its nationally determined contribution to the UNFCCC, outlining ambitious mitigation and adaptation efforts, further reinforcing Tunisia's integrated vision of environmental protection, climate resilience, and public health under the One Health framework. In 2018, Tunisia finalized its National Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance through a national consultation held in Tunis, bringing together 45 stakeholders from the health, agriculture, and animal sectors. This followed the country's commitment to the global effort against AMR, launched by the World Health Assembly in 2015, and the development of its national plan initiated in 2017. Since 2019, Tunisia has scaled up AMR monitoring beyond humans to include fish, dairy, and meat, training nearly 300 private vets in responsible antibiotic use. By 2019, the first concrete One Health initiatives began to take shape with the adoption of Law 25 on the sanitary safety of food products, made possible through a groundbreaking collaboration among the Ministries of Commerce, Agriculture, and Health. In 2022, Tunisia launched a new legislative project led by its National One Health Committee. That same year, the One Health Laboratory was established at Tunis Pasteur Institute. In December 2023, and with support from the quadripartite, the Tunisian Ministries of Health, Agriculture, and Environment, in partnership with the Ministries of Interior, Defense, Finance, Higher Education, and Transport, came together at the National Bridging Workshop and drafted the joint One Health National Roadmap. This milestone set clear objectives and actions for improved surveillance and coordinated response, marking a new era of high-level multi-sectoral collaboration. In 2024, 75 Tunisian veterinarians completed FAO's One Health course, and 50 more will follow this year, strengthening the country's multidisciplinary frontline. Free, mandatory vaccination and nationwide educational campaigns have driven canine rabies coverage past 80%, with over 422,000 dogs vaccinated in 2024 alone, protecting both animals and people in Tunisia. Every year, Tunisia vaccinates over 15 million animals through 6 national campaigns, protecting rural incomes and food security. Each year, 400 volunteer vets provide festival day guidance on animal welfare, safe slaughtering, and waste management, backed by televised messages and social media outreach. Most recently, in 2025, Tunisia has partnered with the Pandemic Fund to develop a budgetary action plan further anchoring One Health in national planning and investment frameworks. Amid expanding cross-border collaborations, Tunisia is leading the way in sharing best practices and lessons learned across the MENA region. In 2022, Tunisia teamed up with Libya for a landmark zoonotic disease prioritization seminar. Then, in 2023, Tunisia joined the Africa CDC's One Health workshop, where North African countries exchanged valuable experiences. Now, gathered in Tunis, Tunisia is ready to share these lessons far and wide, proving that regional collaboration can turn bold ideas into real impact.
هذا هو اللي قاعدة تقوم به الآن ومنذ سنوات الدولة التونسية. شكرا لكم مرة أخرى على كل المجهودات. نمر الآن بعد الكلمات الافتتاحية إلى الكلمة الرئيسية الأولى لهذا اليوم. كينوت سبيكر الدكتورة إخلاص حلات، هي خبيرة في الصحة العامة، باش تتحدث على المبادئ الأساسية لمقاربة الصحة الواحدة والتحديات المستقبلية. الدكتورة الكلمة لكم. قدمها أيضا، تفضل، مرحبا بك، نجم نشجعوها هي أيضا.
شكرا.
Dr. Ikhlas Hailet, Public Health, One Health and Zoonotic Diseases Specialist and MENA Region Representative in the One Health High-Level Expert Panel.
Yes, thank you. شكرا، يعطيكم العافية، وكل عام وانتم بألف خير بمناسبة عيد الأضحى. Happy عيد أضحى for all. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا هاي المرة الثانية اللي في تونس، مش أول مرة. وhappy to come back again to Tunisia to do more and more work on One Health. It was the regional project in the past, and today I will talk about the One Health core principles and the global relevance, represent the One Health high-level expert panel in our region. Yes, let's talk about the One Health in general, and there is general information that most of us knows about this information, but I know that we have decision makers here. We have to mention something to convince them more to more collaborate with us. So 60% of existing human infectious diseases are zoonotic. This is fact, and this is well known. There is 5 new human disease appear every year. 3 of them, they have animal origin. On 1984, Dr. Calvin Schwabi put the term one medicine. On 2004, there is a term of one word, one health. Since that time, the global interest about One Health increased more and more. So this is not easy to have 3 diseases each year appears from animal origin. The weight of the vertebrate on the land animal. On the past, the weight of the humans just 1% on the land, 99 wild animals. This is in the past. Nowadays, the weight is 67 livestock, 32 humans, and just 1% wild animals. But we have the problem here with this 1%. From this 1%, we have 71.8 of the animals originated from the animals, they came from the wildlife. So we have to focus more on the wildlife. In general, the size of the world population increased, and also the pandemics, the diseases also increased. The relation of the population, the increase in the population and the water scarcity also increased, especially in our region. The challenges that we faced, they are connected. We are facing population growth. The humans, they need food, they need healthy food, they need clean water. The climate change also, high temperature, consumption, production, health and well-being, deforestation. So the challenges we are faced, they are connected. Let's focus here on the emerging and re-emerging diseases in 2004, and this is the map of the world. You can see it is full of diseases. In 2017, more and more diseases. In 2020, also more, and here the hero of this year or the year of 2019 is the COVID or coronavirus, the COVID-19 pandemic, which touched all of us, this pandemic. 1.7 million undiscovered viruses. This is the estimation of the scientists. They estimated that 1.7 million undiscovered viruses exist in mammals and birds alone. They just need a trigger to go and to come to us. Deforestation and livestock, wildlife trade, or especially the illegal trade, create chances for viral spillover. And when the spillover come, we will have another pandemic and another disease, which they call disease X. It will come, but when we don't know, we have to prepare ourselves very well to prevent it from coming to us. Actually, in March 2022, the quadripartite, there was tripartite, then UNEP engaged, and they become a quadripartite. They signed MOU to strengthen cooperation to sustainably balance and optimize the health of humans, animals, plants, and the environment. So they put also here plants as a separate. Then the One Health high-level expert panel was established. The first term was in 2021, and now we are in the second term. It is an advisory group to the quadripartite, providing evidence-based scientific advice to quadripartite, and advance the adoption and implementation of the One Health at the global, regional, and national level. In the past, there is a lot of definition for One Health. Each organization, ministry, entity, they can define the One Health. But nowadays, we have the definition of the One Health high-level expert panel, or OLEP. We can just mention OLEP. The definition in, I think, 7, 8 languages. Arabic is one of these languages. The definition is a holistic definition. It is very wide. One Health is an integrated. So if we want to work actually on the ground on One Health, everything should be integrated. We have to work in a team, not alone, not silos. Even we don't have to think in silos. Think and work in integrated concept. So it is an integrated, unifying approach, aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystem. It is recognize the health of humans, domestic, wild animals, plant, and also the environment. We have to focus here also on the environment. The approach also mobilizes the multiple sectors, disciplines, and communities. It is not just only for veterinarians, not just only for the human health doctors. It is for all of us as a community, as a society. It also focuses to have clean water, energy, air, safe, and nutritious food. So it is a holistic. When we mentioned it is under the umbrella of One Health, the umbrella is huge, actually. So all of us will go under this umbrella. So I think this is very well known. This is like a summary for the definition. And we have the 4 C's here. The pointer is not working, but okay. Communication, coordination, collaboration, and capacity building for the staff. We have to do all of this together. The human, the environment, the animal, the multiple sector and disciplines at regional, global, local, and national levels to finally have healthy animals, healthy human, and healthy ecosystem. This is the definition in Arabic. And I want to mention here the core principles of the One Health. Actually, we have here the triangle of the One Health. This is the main 3 angles of the One Health: human, environment, and animal. But it is not just only this. This is the main triangles. So the interconnectedness of a human, animal, and environmental health, this is the core principle. The collaboration across sectors, as I mentioned, public health, veterinary services, environmental authorities, but we need other ministries and sectors. Ministry of Interior, municipalities, slaughterhouses, Ministry of Defense, police, other sectors, universities for research, wildlife, academia, NGOs, FDA, to have like a nutritionists and food safety issues. Prevention over response. If you want to prevent the disease X or the next pandemic, we have to work on the first one, on the prevention, not just waiting to have the pandemic, then to react to this pandemic. Also focusing on sustainable and proactive solution for long-term health outcomes. For example, the vaccination of animals for specific diseases that will prevent this disease to spill over and to come to our society as a human health. Biosecurity, also one of them, hygiene in agriculture and animal husbandry. It is a holistic approach, big approach, and we have to addressing the root causes of health issues in a human, animals, and ecosystem. So we have to focus also on the environmental drivers, on the socio-economic factors, animal-human interaction, global systems pressures. We know the globalization, urbanization, we need more food, industry also, AMR, poverty, food security, deforestation, pollutions, all of these factors is coming under the One Health, and we have to take everyone seriously. Deforestation is not just a word, it means a lot. For example, so the global relevance of One Health, maybe all of us knows about the emerging zoonotic disease. It is well known, and it is started from the veterinarians. But again, One Health is not just zoonotic disease. It's not just for veterinarians, but in general, emerging zoonotic diseases like COVID-19, the global pandemic, and the major health economics that we feel about this pandemic and the social consequences of, we don't want again to have another pandemic like this one. Avian influenza, it affects all the world since 2004 and later on. Swine flu, which is zoonotic, transmitted from animal to human, and also reverse zoonotic. It can be transmitted from a human to animals. All of these diseases causes impact on the global health level. Every year, it is estimated that zoonosis causes 2.5 billion cases of sickness and 2.7 million deaths. This is in general. And the direct cost, the money, yeah, it's about $20 billion and over than 200 billion indirect losses. So sometimes we have direct and indirect. Yeah, and it's about the emerging infectious diseases causes about 6% of annual global deaths. AMR, all of the world now talking about AMR, which is a silent pandemic. We mentioned earlier that One Health, we have the term, Dr. Schwabi, one medicine. One Health, one medicine. The same antibiotic can be used for animal, for human, or the same antimicrobial. So the WHO considered AMR as one of the top 10 global public health threats facing humanity. And it is like a cycle. The antibiotic, humans, then will go to sewage, or it will taken by the animals, it will go to the manure, then to the water, who irrigates the vegetables, the fruits, and the land, and it will come again. It is look like a cycle. Environmental impact on health, and here, if we just taking deforestation, when deforestation coming, the animals or the wild animals will leave their homes, which is the forest. So we'll go and be in contact with the humans, and here the risk. So rising temperature, air pollution, water pollution, loss of biodiversity is a very important issue for environmental impact, and one of the main pillars of One Health to focus and to engage the environmental sector. For global health equity, every community, every country should have the same services, the same resources, and knowledge share and income. We are all equal in this One Health. One Health also has a relation with SDGs. We know the SDGs, but it is some specific SDGs like 1, 2, 3. We can say they are connected with the One Health. Actually, the quadripartite, they produce the One Health Joint Plan of Action, and also it is present in Arabic. So the quadripartite, with the supervision, I think, of OLIP, the term one, they have the plan. And the plan, as I mentioned, in different language, Arabic is one of these languages. It has 6 main action tracks. The first one is enhancing One Health capacities to strengthen health system. When we are talking about the capacities, it's not just a training or workshop. We want sustainability of a training to have a very well-trained staff, or sometimes even academic certificate like diploma or master in One Health. The action track 2 is reducing the risk from emerging and re-emerging zoonotic disease, which is well known. The third one is the eliminating zoonotic, neglected tropical and vector-borne disease. And I think we need to focus more on the vector-borne diseases in our region. And also the number 4, strengthening the assessment, management, and communication for food safety risk to have a healthy food. Number 5, AMR, and number 6, we have to integrate the environment into the One Health. So after the plan, it is a global plan. Quadripartite also prepared a guide to implementing the One Health Joint Plan of Action at national level. And again, there is a copy in Arabic to facilitate it to the countries to start and to encourage them to implement the One Health. Challenges and barriers. I know there is a lot of challenges when we meet colleagues from where we want to start. Not all of the colleagues communicate very well with us. Data sharing is a problem. Meeting is a problem. Funding is a very big problem for us. So silos between disciplines, we have to break these silos and to start working together. Even the training should be integrated. It is not just for human doctors or veterinarian, should be integrated together. Data sharing also and coordination, funding and resources, and we have to work to find sustainable funding. It is not just a project, 6 months, 1 year, finished, everything finished. We have to find sustainable funding, and also the governance. When the government adopt the One Health, as we say here, they will put it in the finance plan and specific lines. They're doing and implement it easily. Bridging the gap between research, policy, and on-the-ground action. And another thing I want to focus also here on the publication of our work. We did a lot of work, but we didn't publish all of this. So we don't know. Nothing documented. We don't know this work is done, or other country will not take a benefit from our work. The future of the One Health. I love the One Health, One Future. So the future of the One Health is a growing global recognition. The pandemic fund, thank you for the pandemic fund actually. The GEE, they have a specific part for One Health, and the PVS also performance for veterinary services. Also, they have part for assessment of the One Health in the country. So there is a global interest in the One Health. Strengthening integrated surveillance and early warning system, and using the new technology the AI, for example, focusing on climate and environmental health, advancing global health equity, innovation and interdisciplinary research, policy integration and governance, from reaction to prevention, as we mentioned, educating the next generation and professionals. So we have good news from the World Health Assembly. They adopt historic pandemic agreement to make the world more equitable and safer from future pandemics. We have also good news from the general session of WOA. We have bad news, but I will mention the good news first. The antibiotic use in animals fell by 5% between 2020 and 2022. And this is due to the national action plan for each of the country they implement. So the antibiotic use in animals is decline. And I can give example here from Jordan. They stop use antibiotic in the animal feed. So this is a success story. We have bad news that the animal diseases are migrating into previously unaffected areas, like the avian influenza in cattle in USA. Outbreaks of bird flu in mammals more than doubled last year compared to 2023. The access to livestock vaccine remain uneven, and we are talking here about equity. So the vaccine should reach all of the country equally. So there is good and bad news from WOA general session. We have good news from our region. One health, one region, one strength. The quadripartite agencies in the MENA region celebrate historic One Health milestone. So they produce the regional One Health coordination mechanism, regional One Health action plan, and the joint statement of intent. So what we want, we have the joint plan of action, we have the guide to implement, we have the tools, we have everything, we have expert. Just we have also the political will, so we have to implement. We have here a good success story from Egypt, as well as good success story from Tunisia, as we see in the video. And also we have good example, more than Egypt in the region. We have examples, maybe they doing some activities like brutalization for zoonotic disease, some workshops, some events, but we need a plan. We need a platform for the One Health for each country to implement this plan and also to monitor the activities of this plan. This is a good example from Egypt, and also a good example from Tunisia, and I think also Libya, other countries, but we need more and more. So finally, I can say something that we have to plan. Hope is not a plan. We have to plan what we want to do in the One Health. We know the emerging diseases and the AMR and the other global relevance we are faced, and we are afraid. We have to be very well prepared. We have to put our plan and to work based on this plan. I can say one thing about the One Health, one plan. It is really one future. I cannot say more. It is really one future. That's it. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم. شكرا دكتورة على هذا التقديم الثمين القيم. نقترح عليك دكتورة وكل الحاضرين أنه نمشيو مع بعضنا الاستراحة قصيرة، تقريبا 20 دقيقة. قبل ما نمشيو فقط معلومة مهمة، كل واحد حر في قراراته وخياراته. من بعد الكوفي بريك عندنا بانل، وبعد باش يكون عندنا إعلان قرطاج. احنا بودنا تكونوا الكل حاضرين معنا للحظة التاريخية هذه وإعلان قرطاج. ف20 دقيقة للاستراحة ثم نرجع. شكرا. تحية المشاهدين على القناة الوطنية الأولى. كونوا معنا بعد باش ترجعوا معنا في إعلان قرطاج. شكرا لكم. وخاصة باش يتم بث إعلان قرطاج في المباشر. إذا نواصل الآن وننطلق مع أول جلسات الحوار لليوم اللي بتكون تحت عنوان تعزيز النهج القائم على الصحة الواحدة، كيف يمكننا العمل معا. ففي تسيير الجلسة باش تكون معنا الدكتورة لور ويبر فينتل اللي هي سينيور لايستوك سبيشاليست في البنك الدولي، ويرافقها في حلقة النقاش الدكتورة شوبا شيتي Global Director Agriculture and Food at the World Bank، الدكتورة أمينة بن يحيى Head AI One Health Initiative World Health Organization، الدكتور محمد بن قومي Animal Production and Health Office Food and Agriculture Organization، والدكتور David Wilson Program Director for Health Nutrition and Population at the World Bank.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Due to time limitation, we will go through direct to the point. And I'm pleased to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Shobha Shetty. She is the Global Director for the Agriculture and Food Global Practice at the World Bank.
Thank you very much, Laura. Good morning, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Approximately 75% of emerging infectious diseases in humans have their origins in animals, domestic or wild, as our previous speaker so eloquently reminded us. The pace of their emergence has accelerated over the past 70 years, from less than 100 outbreaks per year until the 1980s to more than 400 since 2000. In addition, the costs and economic impacts have been catastrophic. More than 250 viruses are known to have already spilled over from animals to humans, the SARS-CoV-2 being the latest known example. On 1.7 million undescribed animal viruses, 50% have the potential to spill over to humans and could result in a future disease X, as noted earlier by Dr. Haila. These spillovers and subsequent crises can be mitigated via appropriate interventions that can also contribute to avoid crises and contain adverse shocks. Today, prevention and preparedness are key elements of health security, and a One Health approach, as many of our speakers have reminded us earlier, is foundational to this. So let us be very clear. Expenditures on One Health is an investment, not a cost. And we know from recent experiences from COVID, the estimated annual cost of prevention and preparedness is less than 1% of the cost of the current pandemic. And further, prevention costs almost a third of preparedness. Overall analyses show that investing in prevention and preparedness will not just reduce human mortality, but will also have returns on investments of up to 88%. As we know, most of the drivers of disease emergence are outside the public health sector, from livestock, environment, and urban sectors, meaning that collaboration with these sectors is essential to prevent future pandemics. As you can see here, investing about US 2.3 billion to strengthen veterinary services, US 3.2 to 4.4 billion to reduce deforestation, and US $5 billion to improve on-farm biosecurity will significantly reduce the likelihood and impact of disease emergence. As noted earlier, we are delighted that today we have a global pandemic agreement, and this was a historic moment. This agreement is another call for, first, the importance of including prevention measures to the package, prevention, preparedness, and response, and second, the importance of adopting a One Health approach. So what is the World Bank doing in One Health? So at the World Bank, we have prioritized One Health as a foundation for preventing pandemics which are zoonotic in nature. We are aware that this is a multi-sectoral agenda and hotspots are global. As we work with all countries on a wide range of topics, we are uniquely positioned to convene, address knowledge gaps through conferences like this, and finance One Health initiatives when countries request this support. We can also boast of a strong track record of investing in One Health programs. The onchocerciasis control program in the 1970s, combining health and environmental interventions to curb river blindness in partnership with WHO, was an early one, followed by the Global Program for Avian Influenza Control and Human Pandemic Preparedness and Response, the GPAI, in the 2000s, which coordinated public health and veterinary services response in partnership with WHO, FAO, and WOA. We also have supported the Regional Disease Surveillance Systems Enhancement, REDIS, program in Central Africa, which has integrated surveillance systems for animal and human populations. We have also built a very strong knowledge base since 2010. We have an operational framework that was developed in 2018, which provides a strong orientation to implement a One Health approach, and which aims at making public health systems resilient and prepared to face disease threats at the human-animal environment interface. So most recently, I seem to be going back here. Oh, okay. Okay, let's try this again. So I just wanted to show you the wealth of analytic work that we have done. And most recently, this is the Putting Pandemics that we did in 2022, Putting Pandemics Behind Us, which advocates for investments in One Health to reduce risks of emerging infectious diseases, and also the Stopping the Grand Pandemic of last year, which provides a framework for action to address AMR through World Bank operations. Okay, so what has worked? The One Health approach enabled swift detection and rapid response to outbreaks. The REDIS program that I mentioned earlier in Central Africa achieved important advances in training human and animal epidemiologists and strengthening zoonotic disease surveillance, leading Nigeria to respond much more efficiently to Lassa fever outbreaks in 2018, 19, and 20. Investments in the non-health sector to prevent diseases at the source, example, the Livestock Competitiveness and Food Safety Project in Vietnam, supported the adoption of good animal husbandry practices and interventions aimed at improving animal health, veterinary services, reduce the use of antimicrobials, etc. We've also had regional programs to facilitate knowledge and expertise exchange, build common resource centers, and allow mutual learning and implementing a One Health approach. For example, the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, the East Africa Public Health Laboratory Networking Projects, and many more. So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip a couple of slides. So you will be hearing more about the Pandemic Fund, which was established back in 2022 and hosted by the World Bank in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So far, we've had 47 projects covering 75 countries across 6 regions, including MENA, of which 37 have a strong One Health component. We also have launched last year the Global Challenge Program for Health Emergency Prevention, Preparedness, and Response, which is a special mechanism for addressing complex global challenges in the health sector to have speed, scale, and impact of interventions, including pandemics. I will share with you one example of a program we're working on in Indonesia that exemplifies this approach. This is a US $1.5 billion program of the World Bank, which is focusing on procuring medical equipment and aiming to expand the availability of health services in nearly 400,000 public health facilities nationwide. This is scale. And this takes a cross-sectoral approach, bringing together 5 ministries, including health, agriculture, forestry, community development, and the National Research and Innovation Agency. IFC, our private sector arm, has also developed a private financing facility for the private sector, up to $300 million, which is also supported by MEGA guarantees. So this is the scale of what is possible. And let me turn now to what we're doing in the MENA region, where the governments are prioritizing One Health, and which is really encouraging to see. As we know, MENA was very heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, as elsewhere, and now has many different health concerns and is using the One Health approach to address these health concerns. And I'd like to acknowledge the government leadership in Tunisia that's really taken this agenda on. Some of the issues are the impact of rabies and other zoonoses, the threat of vector-borne diseases, and the impact of climate change, and the use and resistance to antimicrobials and food safety. Together, the World Bank is working with the MENA countries, including integration of the One Health framework into national policies on pandemic preparedness, food safety, and AMR stewardship in Egypt, establishment of the first formal One Health governance mechanism in Morocco, and Tunisia has shown a strong engagement through its participation in the Pandemic Fund projects, and which integrates human, animal, and environmental health systems. And this commitment is also reflected in its national rabies control strategy, which encourages cross-sectoral collaboration and draws on international best practices. But as we all know, we still have a lot of challenges to overcome and lots of barriers, including capacity issues of health workers, an underdeveloped data system that hinders effective implementation and constraints. Policy implementation and regulatory frameworks remain fragmented, especially for antimicrobial stewardship, which is still evolving. So a most recent example is a project that recently got approved in Central Asia. This is a regional One Health multi-phase programmatic approach to One Health. It's a $130 million IDA loan from the World Bank and the Pandemic Fund, with the first phase focusing on 2 countries, Kyrgyz Republic and Tajikistan. And it focuses on safeguarding the health of people, animals, and the environment through a coordinated One Health approach, and also focuses on strengthening a regional institution to lead the coordination, the CAREC, the Regional Environmental Center for Central Asia. And this all started with the political endorsement of the Central Asia One Health Framework for Action. And this is possibly an option to be considered for the MENA region as well, given the strong political leadership we have seen here today. So moving forward, and this will be my last slide, so let me conclude by reiterating some of the key messages that we've heard from earlier speakers as well. Focusing on risk reduction and prevention is smart economics. Working across sectors is a must in countries and across regions. And increasing understanding of the One Health value proposition and the capacity to identify opportunities when engaging with clients is of primary importance. And finally, investing smart by really being guided by country deep dives and tailoring investment cases and developing pertinent programs that are relevant to our client countries is, of course, essential. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Shoba. Dr. Amina, your turn. So Dr. Amina is the head inter alia of the One Health initiative at the World Health Organization, WHO. Thank you.
Merci, Laure. Excellencies, ministers, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum, bonjour à tous, good morning. I was told to go very quickly, but I would like to encourage you to interact with us, the quadripartite colleagues here over the next 2 days. So I'm very pleased to be here. I'm a neighbor by origin. I represent WHO, but Tunisia is very close to my heart. I'm from Algeria, so I feel home and very safe. So wanted to start with this very positive note. So just to set the scene, I think that our yeah, sorry, I want to go backward. Okay. Yes. I will not insist on the One Health definition because it was nicely presented by our OLEP expert, Ikhlas. But I want just to go back on the definition saying that our OLEP experts have developed a definition underlying that the sectors need to work together. But I would like just to say that I like the silos in a sense. We need to breach the silos rather than breaking them. I think it's important to remind everyone that we need to work together, but we need also to maintain our own expertise and our own complementarity for our shared goals. So I will skip the work on the organization of the quadripartite secretariat, but I would like to highlight to say that today we have our executive, the 4 DGs that come together once in a year to set the scene for the next year. And our priority this year is around implementation of the One Health Joint Plan of Action, strengthening the One Health science and evidence, enhancing the political engagement, and of course, last but not least, is about resource mobilization. When it comes to the One Health with the global political agenda, I would like just to highlight some of the activities that we have done. It was mentioned today, we are very pleased to see that One Health is reflected in the pandemic instrument. This has paid the effort of the quadripartite, where we had different technical dialogues. We have also advocated through the group of friends to make sure that the component of the prevention and the component of One Health was included in the instrument. When it comes to the political commitment, I think the room is full here and we know how important to have the political commitment. We have also made sure to be present in the UN General Assembly by organizing different high-level meetings. We had one on the pandemic prevention preparedness response, one on AMR, and we make sure that the political declarations that are developed also are reflecting One Health. For the G20 and the G7, we have also engaged continuously through the G7, but also through the G20, making sure that the political declarations are also including One Health. Last year in Brazil, we have organized a One Health high-level meeting where leaders and ministers have developed a declaration enhancing and calling for the commitment to One Health. And last but not least, because we have one of the partners that is the last to join, and because environment is very important, we want also to engage in the environment fora by participating in the different COPs, in the different conference, the COP16, the COP29, and also making sure that One Health is reflected in the Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health. So I think that Ikhlas has already mentioned the role of the One Health sign, our OLEP. It was established in May 2021, and the first term was really around, it was established after COVID. So I think the first term was around preparedness and response, was around working on the zoonosis, but what we want to do for the second term is to extend and to look at a broader mandate for OLEP. And nowadays we have OLEP working on what are the enablers and barriers for the implementation of the One Health Joint Plan of Action. They're also working on an inventory of One Health relevant international legal instrument, and also on how to guide the different countries on the use of the different One Health inventory tools. To complement the work of OLEP, we have established through the One Health Knowledge Nexus different communities of practice where there is an exchange of learning. We have one on evidence and on return for investment, and to show what are the economic value to invest in One Health. We also had one on governance that was launched in April 2025, and to support really the institutionalization of the One Health approach at all levels. The framework of the quadripartite is the One Health Joint Plan of Action, and I hope that some of you are familiar with it. It's a global framework that helps the quadripartite and the countries to work together to have the impact of a work that is better able to prevent, predict, detect, and respond to all health threats and improve health of humans, animals, plants, and the environment while contributing to the sustainable development. To go through this impact, we have three pathways. The Joint Plan of Action has 6 action tracks. The first one is about enhancing, making sure that we have the capacities in place for One Health. The second one is about the reduction of all the risks that are emerging or re-emerging from zoonotic origin. The third one is about the control of and elimination of zoonotic and neglected tropical disease and vector-borne disease, most of them that are not pandemic and most of the time neglected. The fourth action track is about strengthening the assessment, the management, and the communication of food safety risks. And the fifth one is about the curbing the silent pandemic of AMR. And the last but not least is about making sure that environment is integrated in all the 6 action tracks. The 3 pathways that you see in the middle help go through the path to reach the impact through a stronger governance and policies in place, a stronger legislation, and a sustainable financing and advocacy, have a good organization development and implementation of all sectors that are integrated, and of course data. Data is important, and sharing and analysis of data is important. I will not go through yes, I think I will just escape. I just wanted to show also that we have many initiatives at global level, at regional level. We have had 3 regional workshops where we brought together countries or sectors from the environment, from the animal health and human health around the same table in Oman, in Asia Pacific, in Europe, and we are planning to have the next one in November in Africa. For country also, we have a growing demand from countries, and of course, we can discuss this further over the next 2 days. I will not go through the key findings, but I think that most of the findings have been also elaborated previously. Most of the time there is a need for a One Health coordination mechanism, a sustainable one, because most of the time when there is a crisis, we know how to work together, but how to sustain this and how to continue working together when in peacetime. I think leveraging the investment for One Health, my colleague from the World Bank already mentioned it, that we need to leverage investment, but sometimes it was also mentioned by Dave, it's not about having more resources, but it's about using the resources differently, and this is what we are advocating for. We are now developing a joint offer, and it will be a document that will help the quadripartite to organize roundtable and to, with bilateral partners, multilateral development bank, in order to mobilize the resources and make sure that we are working to talk and we are implementing One Health at country level. And we are also leveraging all our existing funds and initiatives, such as the pandemic fund. I will finish by these take-home messages. I think that it's very important to say that One Health approach is critical to prevent pandemics, ensure food safety, reduce AMR, and address environmental issues and the triple planetary crisis, ensuring there is no country that is left behind. And we, as quadripartite, are offering this technical leadership and strategic expertise of the 4 organizations to support the countries and help them advance and advocate for the One Health approach, with countries sitting at the forefront. Functional and sustainable One Health governance, I think that it's very important. Most of the technical people are convinced that they need to work together, but they need a strong governance at the country level that allow them to work together. And last but not least is the intersectoral collaboration that is critical to create a holistic and sustainable solution that will reach a lasting impact. So, but we know that it's dependent on this stronger coordination, a clearer role and responsibilities, and knowledge exchange, and deeper trust between the sectors. So I will finish this, and please feel free to reach out to us and go to the different resources from the quadripartite. And I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amina. Dr. Mohamed Bengoumi, your turn. You're the Regional Production and Health Officer at FAO. And I know all you planned to say today is super important. I will ask you to focus on what is critical.
Yes, first, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first, I would like to thank the government of Tunisia for organizing this important event and congratulate the organizers for the excellent organization. I'm honored to be on behalf of the quadripartite at regional level, the Middle East and North Africa, and to present on their behalf the work done at regional level on One Health. I will skip. The regional quadripartite One Health is composed from the regional representation of the 4 organizations, FAO, WHO, and WOA, and UNEP, including regional offices or sub-regional offices. It has several collaborations with different institutions, international or national, including the Arab League state and its agriculture hand, which is the AWAD, Gulf Cooperation Council, Maghreb Arab Union, Organic for Islamic Cooperation, regional centers for excellence, including ICARDA, SIAM, universities, some network, including the REMESA network, which is the animal health network for Mediterranean countries. The One Health governance structure at regional level, it's a mechanism that unites FAO, sorry, it's okay, I'm told. FAO, WHO, and UNEP in the MENA region to strengthen and enhance synergies in addressing health risks and also at the human, animal, and environmental level. It is rapidly constituted from 3 levels. We have what we call it the high level, which is the Regional One Health Executive Committee, represented by respective regional head of the quadripartite in the region. And we just signed last week, in the 2nd of June, the letter of intent for One Health and also for the establishment of the One Health quadripartite at regional level. We have the core team that is working every day is the Regional One Health Coordination Group with focal point from the 4 organizations, and it coordinates all the different technical working groups and the steering committee. And finally, we have technical groups that are linked to different disease or different approaches within the region. They have several meetings for the Regional One Health Executive Committees annually. For the Regional One Health Coordination Group, it is monthly meeting, and for the working groups, it depends on the subject. It could be 2 to 3 months. And for reporting, we have annually a report that is sent from the Regional Coordination Group to the One Health Executive Committee, and then this report is sent to the Global Quadripartite. Progress and achievement, we have PVS Pathway, which is an important tool like GE, but especially for animal health. And we have this recent example organized in United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Yemen, and Mauritania. New bridging workshops that were organized in several countries, and also One Health zoonotic disease prioritizing tool that was used in United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Sudan, Somalia, and this is ongoing on Tunisia. And joint risk assessment was organized in different countries also. And finally, training event on One Health. And we just concluded last week a training for the North Africa on One Health. We have also the Regional One Health Coordination Mechanism that is already presented. And also, we established a Regional One Health Action Plan, including monitoring and evaluation. And activities to be implemented. Sorry, I have to go rapidly because I request for that. But the next steps is mainly to support establishment and support the establishment of national joint action plan. We have already in some countries that already was initiated, like Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, and Yemen. And also, we organized in 2023 an important quadripartite regional meeting in Oman, and I thank the government of Oman for hosting this first meeting, and attended by more than 140 staff from different sectors. And also, it was a good opportunity for sharing lesson learned and views on the implementation of the One Health Joint Action Plan, and also guidance and tools for the development of tripartite zoonotic guides. What are the challenges? We have the political instability in the region is a big problem. We have a number of countries where we have a lot of instability, sometimes even war, that complicates planning and prevention. We have silos, it was already said. I will not come back for that, but it is important to increase collaboration, as said by my colleague Amina, maintaining work at silos, but also improving coordination and harmonization. And also limited capacities and representation. We discovered and we find out that there is a misknowledge between the different sectors. The people working in one sector, they don't know what are in the other sectors are doing. And it is important to establish joint training on One Health, as that was organized last week. We have also, important is said also this morning, legal framework, to have one legal framework for One Health that includes all sectors, and also to have to increase awareness and prioritization for the disease. We have in many countries, and some disease, the priority of the disease are not the same, even if the disease are zoonotic. Sometimes Ministry of Health has its priorities different from those of the veterinary services. And it's important to have harmonization and raising hours and joint prioritization. The main problem is resource constraint. Resource constraint not only at country level, but also at regional level. And at country level, we hope, this is a dream, to have one budget, one fund for One Health at country level. but we need also a lot of support for regional activities, because we can gain a lot of time and also scaling up a lot of activities from national to regional level, and enhance also exchange of experiences and lessons learned. Also, we have already said about this, the capacities and limited capacities between. For the future, it's important we are working now to establish a readiness assessment that will start rapidly, and also to have a targeted intervention, a focus on countries with strong institutional frameworks and tailor intervention to specific national needs. Advocacy engagement, this is what we are doing. Our presence here is that also, and also as co-organizing this meeting. And also establish a stakeholder database, including a mapping of all stakeholders, NGOs, civil societies, research institutions, etc. And also strategic alignment, context-specific approaches. Sorry, it is difficult to, and flexible, develop flexible solution specific to each country. And also inclusive engagement to develop, especially supporting countries with limited resources. And success stories. Before closing, I would like to say that the declaration, Carthage Declaration, will be like a roadmap for us for the regional quadripartite, and it will be an umbrella, a political umbrella and policy umbrella for developing and implementing our plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the pressure. Now we welcome David Wilson, Program Director for Health, Nutrition and Population at the World Bank.
Thank you. Just waiting for my slides to pop up. Perfect. Sorry, I have to take them back. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to look at field-level implementation priorities. And we know why we are focusing on One Health. So many people have illustrated it well today. It's a complex mosaic of commerce, livestock movements, food imports, trade, population events, population movements, and of course, climate and environmental change. And so I'd just like to look at 5 implementation priorities that are the most cost-effective and the highest impact. And we've heard several of them mentioned already in the meeting. And I'm going to begin with perhaps the highest impact of all. I'm so sorry. Let me take this back. Perfect. The slides are going the wrong way. I was actually pressing the back button.
It does work.
All right, perfect. Apologies. These are the 5 priorities I'm looking at, and I wanted to move to this one, which I'm now on. We've heard so much good material already about it this week, but zoonotic and vector-borne disease control is really important in MENA. Zoonotic control is incredibly cost-effective. We heard earlier how well Tunisia is doing on rabies and brucellosis, and the DALIs are from 200 to 1,200 respectively. So good buys with large population impact. And moving to another one, we've heard so many people speak eloquently about that's also cost-effective and high impact, and that's AMR control. And we all know how big an issue AMR is becoming in the region. If we look at E. coli, for example, up to 50% of E. coli in Saudi Arabia and Egypt is now resistant to 3rd-generation drugs, which is a problem. But we also know we can do things about it. Better prescription control reduced AMR in Egypt by 40% in agricultural pilot sites. And we know the cost effectiveness is great, ranging from $1,000 to $4,000 per DALI. And in MENA, where the baseline use is higher, it's even more cost effective, with a Jordan study suggesting only $800 per DALI. And then moving to an overarching area, and that is better integrated One Health surveillance and early warning systems. And we know that fragmented systems are a threat, but we also know that integrated systems can improve our response times by 30 to 50%. And we've seen this in Rwanda's One Health program, where simply integrating intersectoral data sharing improved response times by 60%. And here in Tunis, we know that the One Health platform for avian flu improved response times by 25%. And we know these are cost-effective interventions, with One Health studies suggesting from 500 to 1,500 per DALI. And then moving to an area that strikingly, unsafe food and environment together account for 10 to 20% of the disease burden in MENA. Just reflect on that, up to a fifth of the disease burden in MENA. And the really good thing is the food interventions are scalable. And we've seen Lebanon reduce salmonellosis through better inspections. We've seen how WHO's plan for food safety has improved policies and reduced food infections. And they're very cost effective. They typically cost $300 to $500 per DALI gained for food safety. Environmental interventions are more expensive, but the benefits are felt across all sectors. We all breathe better air, we live better, cleaner lives. So it's not just a health benefit. And then if I move to a really important one, which I think is the subject of this meeting today in MENA, policy integration, capacity building. We know that policy fragmentation undermines One Health. And we've seen in Africa, for example, the COHESA project, which trained 500 professionals across 12 countries, improved One Health policy adoption by almost half. And training costs $300 to $500 per person, and the ISAs, the cost effectiveness ratios, are from $2,000 to $5,000. So let me conclude by just sharing these data very briefly graphically. And I think you can see here, if you look at the 3 dots, the light blue zoonotic, the dark blue integrated surveillance, and the red AMR, these are highly cost-effective population-level impact measures we can all take. And in my next slide, I look quickly at the strength of the evidence and also the feasibility of implementation. And I won't dwell on this because we're moving rapidly. Instead, I'll move to my 2 closing slides. And I think other colleagues have made the point about why we're all involved in One Health. But from the World Bank point of view, we recognize the cost-effectiveness of pandemic prevention. We are multi-sectoral. We do have technical breadth. We focus on long-term systems building. We've got the financial capacity, not in one sector, but in all the relevant sectors. We've got global reach with offices in over 100 countries. And as we show through our valued participation in the Quad, we have convening power together with our partners. So I'll close by briefly talking about our largest One Health preparedness project worldwide. It's a $1 billion program in India, which focuses on strengthening One Health, both human and animal, lab capacity, disease surveillance, field epidemiology, AMR, and service delivery in 7 states. And to sum up, the big challenges we face are the challenges of the subject, really, of much of this meeting. They are multi-sectoral coordination and the disparities between high and low capacity states and regions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you for being so short in your presentation. It's really appreciated. Excellencies, ministers, esteemed colleagues, we won't have time for questions, as you can guess. If you had any questions, please keep them until lunchtime, until next coffee breaks, and reach out to our speakers. I would like just to take 1 minute of your time to share with you my 3 takeaways from this session. First, we have seen efforts are made at regional and global level to implement One Health. Success are already visible, but we need to go further. We collectively must build on what has been done and go beyond. Second, policy frameworks are needed, are requested by most of the speakers this morning. Obviously, a common regional agreement is needed and would be very helpful to go further. And third, innovative financing mechanisms have been developed, which will greatly help catalyzing One Health implementation. But David also showed us how we can implement One Health with existing resources. So finally, please join me in thanking our esteemed speaker, all with amazing professional career, remarkable and impactful career. Thank you very much for the 4 of you.
And thank you. Thank you again. So, yes, this was a great panel. كانت ندوة قيمة وكنا نتبع فيكم بكل اهتمام. شكرا مرة أخرى الدكتورة شتي، الدكتورة بن يحيى، الدكتور بن قومي والدكتور ويلسون، ومرة أخرى شكرا الدكتورة لور على كل المعطيات اللي قدمتهم لنا في الجلسة هذه. كانت أول جلسة حوارية. أكيد تتبعوا فينا مخبيكا وتعرفوا أنه بعد شوية باش يكون عندنا شرف نعيشوا مع بعضنا إعلان قرطاج اللي باش تنبثوا مباشرة في على القناة الوطنية الأولى، باش كل الشعب التونسي نجم يكون عنده فرصة ويسمع يعيش معنا اللحظة، لحظة إعلان هذا البيان. حبيت نمر الآن نقترح عليكم جلسة وزارية ministerial panel. حبيت نطلب يلتحقوا بيا هوني السيد عبد الحق ساهي وزير الصحة الجزائري، السيد محمد الغول من ليبيا وزير الصحة بليبيا، السيد هلال بن علي بن هلال من سلطنة عمان وزير الصحة بالطبع، الدكتور ماجد هوني محمد أبو رمضان وزير الصحة الفلسطيني، والسيد علي حاج آدم أبو بكر وزير الصحة الصومالي الصومال. أيضا الآن نطلب التحق بنا وزير البيئة الموريتاني ميسودة وزيرة البيئة موريتانيا ميسودة محمد لاغدف، مرحبا بك سيدة الوزيرة، ووزير الفلاحة الموريتاني مختار البيبت. شكرا لكم الكل. أنا ديما راني نحب نتأكد، أظن عندي كل الوزراء صح؟ نسيت حتى واحد على مسؤوليتي بعد كل يقولوا الحمد لله. معالي شكرا. تفضلوا مرحبا بكم تفضلوا. إذن عندنا تقريبا 25 دقيقة، يعني هو تحدي، فكل مرة معناتها باش نعطي الكلمة لكم الكل. عندي زوز أسئلة ممكن تجاوبوا على واحد منهم، أول زوز أسئلة يعني في الحقيقة مش الزوز أسئلة موجهين ينجموا معناتها يكونوا موجهين لكم زوز. ف حبيت ممكن ننطلق بالسؤال الأول. كان ممكن يكون عندنا مايكس، عندنا 1 2 أوكي عندكم كل. فالسؤال الأول، وقبل الانطلاق في النقاش حبيت نقترح عليكم فيديو نتفرجوا فيه مع بعضنا. الفيديو هذا أو تنشوفوه بعد شوي، خلي الفيديو تنشوفوه بعد شوي. هو للدكتورة حنان برخي نائبة المدير العام منظمة الصحة العالمية. قبل ذلك خلينا نمشيو مع اوكي كل شيء all is set up. شكرا. إذن خطوات عملية وقابلة للتنفيذ لترجمة الصحة الواحدة. حسب رأيكم شنو تنجم تكون هالخطوات؟ اللي يحب يجاوب كلمة ليه. ممكن نبداو من الجزائر مثلا إذا عندكم مايك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في بداية الأمر أود أن أشكر الحكومة التونسية وعلى هذه الدعوة، والسيد سي فرجاني على الدعوة الكريمة لهذا الموضوع الهام. سؤالكم حول ما هي الخطوات الأساسية التي يمكن أن نقوم بها في مسألة الصحة الواحدة،
خاصة لمبادرة إقليمية فعالة، يعني كيفاش نخدم مع بعضنا خير.
هل هي خطوة واحدة؟
هذا هو، هذه خطوة في حد ذاتها.
لا، هي ليست خطوة واحدة، هي خطوات لأن المسألة شائكة ومتعددة القطاعات. وأعتقد من وجهة نظري بالجزائر لا ننظر إلى الصحة الواحدة فقط في الفلاحة والبيئة، لكن في المخططات التي قمنا بها، مخطط الصحة والبيئة، مخطط السلامة الغذائية، أدخلنا وزارة التجارة ووزارة الصناعة. لماذا؟ لأنها هي التي تقدم للمستهلك اللي هو المواطن الغذاء، وهذا الغذاء إن لم يعتمد على مجموعة من المقاييس ستكون أيضا الطامة كبرى فيما يخص المسألة الأخرى. ثم أشركنا المواطن بما نسميه بالتوعية الصحية، خاصة في المجال المتعلق بالمضادات الحيوية. المضادات الحيوية لا تهتم فقط بالفرد ولكن أيضا بالحيوان، وانعكاسها على الفرد مضر جدا، وعلى الحيوان أيضا مضر جدا. البيئة دخلت بقوة في المسألة، لأن كل نمط بيئي سليم له انعكاس أيضا على الجانب المتعلق بالصحة والصحة الواحدة. إذن هناك ترابط بين مجموعة قطاعات في مجال الصحة الواحدة، والأعمال مشتركة في نفس الوقت، والمخططات ستأتي بنتائجها. ونعتقد أنه بإعدادنا لهيئة مخصصة للسلامة الغذائية سواء كانت للحيوان أو للإنسان ستؤدي بنتائج أيضا إيجابية.
شكرا لك. ممكن سي محمد الغوج كان نمشي، أو اللي حب تفضل، اللي حب ياخذ المايك تفضل. مرحبا.
شكرا. بداية تحياتنا للرئاسة والحكومة والشعب التونسي على هذه الضيافة الكريمة. في الواقع أعتقد من المهم أن نركز على ثلاثة أشياء. أولاً السنس اوف اونرشيب، والثاني هو أهمية الديجيتال ترانسفورميشن، والثالث وجود الفاندنج عشان السستينابيليتي، ما يكون الموضوع موضة سنة سنتين وتروح. بالنسبة للسنس اوف اونرشيب، إذا ما كان جميع المسؤولين الستيك هولدرز اللي هم موجودين في أي دولة من دول أو في الإقليم عموما حاسين إنه هذا البرنامج الصحة، نهج الصحة الواحدة، هو ملك لهم شخصي جميعا، لن نستطيع أن نمضي قدما. بداية إحنا بعد المؤتمر والذي حضرته فلسطين في عمان، قامت الحكومة الفلسطينية باعتماد نهج الصحة الواحد كمبدأ مهم للعمل به، وتم تشكيل لجنة وطنية. اللجنة الوطنية طبعا شكلت من وزارة الصحة برئاستها، وزارة الزراعة، وزارة البيئة، ولكن مع العمل على الأرض الواقع وجدنا أنه وزارة الحكم المحلي والسلطات المحلية لها إفكت، وزارة الداخلية، وزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية، كل مختلف الجامعات، السيفل سوسايتي. يجب أنه الجميع، نحن جميعا نتكاتف لكي نقول أن هذا مشروعنا جميعا. احنا بنحكي على الصحة والواحدة، يجب أن كل واحد فينا يكون مآمن أنه هي فعلا هذه صحته. الحاجة الثانية الديجيتال ترانسفورميشن. احنا كحكومة فلسطينية أحد الأهداف الأساسية أنه نحوكم أو أنه نرقمن الحكومة، لأنه هي مصدر أساسي لتوزيع المعلومة بنجاعة وبسرعة، لأنه التايم هو الوقت، هو سلاح أيضا ويجب استخدامه. الرقمنة والأوتوميشن هي أحد الحاجات المهمة، تتيح المعلومة للجميع بضغطة زر بتكلفة تقريبا لا تذكر إذا حسبت على مستوى الوطن، ولكن هي تزيد التشاركية، تزيد المعرفة، تعرف كل شخص وين بيعمل. يعني احنا حاجتين ما نقدرش انه نعملهم. الاول انه تو اوفرلاب، انه يعني واحد يعمل مشروع والثاني يعمل نفس الكلام، الاثنين مش عارفين عن بعض. والشيء الاكثر انه ما بنقدرش نسيب جابس كمان. يعني احنا اشتغلنا على كذا حاجه لكن سيبنا جاب، والجاب هذه حتجينا. الجزء الثالث المهم عندنا خصوصا في فلسطين البيئة. احنا دولة تحت الاحتلال، لا نتحكم في معابرنا، ولا نتحكم لا في الأرض ولا في المياه ولا في السماء. التدمير الرهيب للبيئة اللي حصل في غزة خصوصا، وأيضا في محافظات فلسطين الشمالية وبما فيها القدس، سبب موجات. بعد أن كانت غزة خالية من مرض البوليو، شلل الأطفال، من الفيروس من العام 1984، بعد 40 سنة ظهر الفيروس مرة ثانية. والحمد لله استطعنا بالتعاون مع كل الأشقاء والتعاون مع المنظمات المساعدة أن نعمل 3 جولات تحت الحرب ونقضي على الفيروس. ولكن نحن الآن نواجه جزء الريبز. يعني احنا كتير سمعنا اليوم عن الريبز. الريبز مشكلة حقيقية عنا في الضفة الغربية في شمال فلسطين، لأنه الكلاب معظمها في أماكن لا نسيطر عليها، ولكن تأتي تعقر وتذهب. وليس لدينا. طبعا وجود الموارد الأساسية أعتقد أنه يعني مش محتاج أشرح أكثر، لأنه هذا إشي موضوع مهم جدا. شكرا لكم.
شكرا. سيد محمد الغوج.
السلام عليكم. في البداية نحب نشكركم على هذه الدعوة حكومة وشعبا. احنا في بلدنا في تونس، مش بلدنا الثاني، بلدنا تونس الحقيقة، يعني شعب واحد. نحب نبدأ بأن إن شاء الله ربي ينصر الشعب الفلسطيني ويتغلبوا على الاحتلال قريبا إن شاء الله. احنا في ليبيا كبرنامج صحة واحدة بدأنا بالفعل، شكلنا لجنة من الوزارات المختصة، وزارة الصحة والبيئة والزراعة والحكم المحلي. شكلنا لجنة مشتركة بيناتنا، انبثقت عليها عدة لجان فنية بالأجهزة اللي تتبع لوزارة الوزراء، سواء من مركز الرقابة على الأغذية والأدوية، الشرط، الإصحاح البيئي، صحة الحيوان، الشرطة البيئية. وبالفعل بدوا يشتغلوا على أرض الواقع، واندارت عدة من ورش العمل بهذا الخصوص، وبإذن الله مستمرين في هذا الموضوع، ونتمنى العديد من هذه المؤتمرات لتسليط الضوء أكثر وأكثر والاستمرارية في هذا الموضوع. وبارك الله فيكم.
شكرا لك معالي الوزير. ممكن نقترح سلطنة عمان؟ ممكن سيد الوزير؟ اللي تحبوا كما تحبوا، أنا خليتكم على راحتكم.
شكرا جزيلا. طبعا بدون شك نشكر الجمهورية التونسية قيادة وحكومة وشعبا على دعوتهم لنا واستضافتهم لهذا الحدث المهم جدا. حقيقة لما نتكلم عن الون هيلث والimportance of one health، دائما وزراء الصحة أو القطاع الصحي يكون لديه النتاج. نحن نرى ما يسببه القطاعات الأخرى، وبالتالي يجب أن يكون هناك تعاضد وتعاون من مختلف القطاعات. ويسكونسن موديل يقول أن 30% of health is only managed by the Ministry of Health. The other 70% or 75% comes from the other sectors. And this is where the issue that we're always concerned about. It comes from the municipality, from the water, from the environment, from the agriculture, from the plants. وبالتالي يجب أن يكون هناك تعاضد. واحدة من الأشياء المهمة جدا هو قدرتك على إقناع البوبوليشن إنهم هذه الأشياء مهمة جدا بالنسبة لهم ولصحتهم. هناك وعي كبير after COVID-19 about health, and we see that really in a very strong manners. People really care about their health. لأنه في أثناء COVID-19 people had lost a lot of people. ما في واحد في القاعة الآن ما موجود لدينا قد يكون له صديق أو قريب أو عزيز فقده في أثناء COVID-19. وبالتالي هناك اختلاف في طريقة التعامل مع الصحة والawareness في الصحة. Awareness is important element. الشيء الآخر هو bringing it to the cabinets. في الحكومة إقناع الحكومة، ودائما إقناع الحكومات يأتي من الfinance part. Always they try to cut because they act sometimes as accountants rather than as economists. وبالتالي this is an important element for us, that we convey the message to the government that what we are trying to do, we are trying to save lives, we are trying to cut cost ultimately at the long run, not at the short run. Very, very important element for us. How to bring the public on board by showing them what if we don't do this. وهذا من الأشياء المهمة كذلك بالنسبة لنا في المجتمع. أعتقد أن عمان incorporated الصحة، قانون الصحة العامة، الكثير من الأشياء ليس فقط لوزارة الصحة وإنما القطاعات الأخرى، فأصبحت جزء من مرسوم، جزء من قانون الصحة العامة هي الصحة الواحدة. شكرا.
شكرا لكم. أظن الكلمة واضحة لأن السيد علي حاج آدم أبو بكر وزير الصحة الصومال.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي والجميع الحاضرين، أولا أشكر الدولة التونسية حكومة وشعبا باستضافتهم هذا الحدث الهام وإرسالهم الدعوة إلي رغم أن الصومال ليست يعني عضو رسمي من دول الشرق المتوسط وشمال أفريقيا، إلا أن هناك ترابطات جيوسياسية وثقافية، كما أننا جزء من جامعة الدول العربية، وكذلك لمنظمة الشرق الأوسط لإقليم الشرق المتوسط أو WHO. فلذلك نشكرهم على بعثهم الدعوة إلي. The Federal Republic of Somalia welcomes this vital dialogue and affirms that the One Health approach, if meaningfully institutionalized, can become the region's foremost tool for One Health, for health security, climate resilience, and economic stability. From Somalia's perspective, translating One Health into functioning regional reality requires 5 deliberate and interdependent actions. First, institutionalization at the national level. Every country must establish formally mandated multi-sectoral One Health platform embedded within the machinery government. In Somalia, we have our One Health unit, an interministerial technical working group is now function as center node for coordination, policy development, and emergency response. Second, regional coordination mechanism. We propose the formal establishment of MENA One Health Ministerial Council, anchored in a permanent technical secretariat and convened under the auspices of the neutral bodies such as the League of Arab States or the African Union. This platform must move beyond the declarations toward joint frameworks, binding commitments, and shared accountabilities. Third, interoperable surveillance systems. Cross-border threats demand shared solutions. A regional platform for zoonotic and climate-sensitive diseases, disease intelligence, capable of real-time data sharing, harmonized protocols, and joint early warning is long overdue. Somalia's experience with the fragmented systems has shown that siloed surveillance is not merely inefficient, it is dangerous. Fourth, workforce investment. Regional One Health Fellowship Program with a special emphasis on frontline epidemiologists, veterinarians, and laboratory specialists should facilitate knowledge transfer between fragile and stable states. Mentorship and joint training are not optional. They are the foundation of sustainable capacity. Fifth, pooled resources. We call for MENA One Health Fund, jointly administered by member states and partners, to enable timely procurement of diagnostics, vaccines, and emergency supplies. Shared laboratory and genomic sequencing infrastructure must be part of this vision. Somalia stands ready to create regional One Health Compact, one rooted not only in science, but in solidarity. We cannot wait for the next outbreaks, the next plan, or the next drought to act. The time for coordination is now. Thank you.
شكرا لكم. الآن حبيت نمر للسؤال الثاني. هو كان السؤال الأول موجه أكثر لوزراء الصحة، فخارج نطاق وزارات الصحة كيف يمكننا إشراك ودمج قطاعات البيئة والزراعة بفاعلية من كل دولة في منطقة منطقة الشرق الأوسط شمال أفريقيا، وخاصة للانخراط وفي نهج الصحة الواحدة والتغلب على الانعزال التقليدي وأيضا تعزيز التعاون الحقيقي بين القطاعات. هنا نغتنم فرصة وجود وزيرة البيئة ووزير فلاحة، فنبدأ بالبيئة. مدام لا مينيستر ميسودة محمد الأغدف، الكلمة لك.
شكرا جزيلا. أود في البداية أن أشكر جزيل الشكر جمهورية تونس رئيسا وحكومة وشعبا على كرم الضيافة، وكذلك على المبادرة بتنظيم هذا المؤتمر الهام الذي يعنى بصحة العالم بصفة عامة وبصحتنا إقليميا كمجتمع. أما فيما يعني السؤال، فمن معلوم بأن منظور صحة واحدة يعمل على البيئة والتنمية الصحة الحيوانية. فمن المعلوم أن هناك علاقة وطيدة ما بين البيئة والصحة الحيوانية والصحة الإنسانية، وهي المعروفة اختصارا بالصحة بصفة مقتصرة. فأبدأ بتجربة موريتانيا في هذا المجال. فموريتانيا كانت من البلدان السباقة للعمل بمنظور صحة واحدة، وقد أنشئت لجنة عليا في موريتانيا يترأسها معالي الوزير الأول، وتشمل كل من وزير الصحة، وزير الثروة الحيوانية، ووزير البيئة. وعملت العديد من الأعمال والمشاريع خصوصاً أمام جائحة كورونا، وكذلك أمام جائحة الإيبولا. فكانت نتائج هذه اللجنة نتائج إيجابية. وكان هنالك لجنة على مستوى أقل وهي اللجنة الفنية، وكذلك تشمل كل هذه القطاعات: قطاع الصحة، قطاع البيئة، قطاع الفلاحة، وقطاع التعليم بصفة البحث العلمي كذلك يدخل في هذا المجال. وكانت التجربة رائدة. أما فيما يعني وزارة البيئة بصفة خاصة، فوزارة البيئة في موريتانيا كانت مكلفة فيما يعني التشريع والنظم لإعداد أو مواكبة هذا المنظور الهام وهو الصحة الموحدة. وقد عكفت وزارة البيئة على إنشاء أو إعداد والمصادقة على مشروع هام للتقييم البيئي، وخصوصا فيما يتعلق بمبدأ الملوث يدفع. وكان هذا القانون قانون رادع جدا، خصوصا أن موريتانيا كانت من بلدان استخراج الذهب، إذن هناك تلوث بيئي كبير للمياه وكذلك للهواء. كما أن كان هنالك الاعتماد قانون للتلوث الهوائي، وهناك كذلك نحن الآن بصدد إعداد قانون لاستخدام المواد الكيميائية. أما فيما يعني العمل المشترك على المستوى الجهوي أو على المستوى الإقليمي، فأظن أن هنالك 5 مسائل لا بد من العمل عليها. العمل الأول، النقطة الأولى تتعلق بالتعاون. لازم يكون هنالك تعاون حقيقي، تعاون جيد لجميع البلدان، علما بأن الكوارث البيئية لا تعرف حدود، وكذلك الأوبئة المرضية لا تعرف حدود. فلازم يكون هنالك تعاون مشترك يشمل نظام الإنذار المبكر. إذا كانت هنالك أوبئة موجودة في أي بلد من بلدان المجموعة، تكون البلدان الأخرى على علم بهذا المشكل. كما أن هنالك نقطة أخرى مهمة وتتعلق بالإعلام، لأن للأسف مجتمعاتنا لا ترى العلاقة المباشرة ما بين الصحة الحيوانية والبيئة والصحة الإنسانية. لازم يكون هناك تكوين وإعلام موجه للمواطن البسيط كي يعرف العلاقة وإشكالية الصحة الواحدة. كما أن هنالك ضرورة بناء القدرات، لأن المجتمعات ليست على نفس المستوى من التكوين في هذا المجال، وكذلك توفير الموارد، لأن بدون موارد لا يمكن أبدا تنفيذ أي مشاريع. وهنالك نقطة أخرى وردت مهمة جدا، وهي توحيد الإطار القانوني لهذه البلدان كي يكون معروفا من جميع البلدان ويكون في نفس المستوى، يكون هنالك نفس مستوى الأداء من جميع بلدان الإقليم. كانت هنالك في مداخلة معالي وزير الصحة الجزائري نقطة مهمة، وهي إدماج قطاع التجارة وقطاع الداخلية في هذا المنظور، علما بأن مشاكل الصحة الكثير منها عائد إلى المواد الغذائية وكذلك الأدوية في سلسلة إنتاج الأدوية، البيع والإنتاج كذلك. هذا مهم كذلك إدماج البعد التجاري في هذا المنظور. وأشكركم والسلام عليكم
شكرا
ورحمة
لكم.
الله.
مقترحات قيمة وحتى تقريبا حتى ملخص، ورجعت حتى على أهم التصحيحات. فآخر كلمة، احنا عندنا 4 دقائق، ممكن حسيته شوية هو التوقيت، لأنه باش نطلع مباشر مع قبل توقيت الأخبار، اللي هو تعرفوا في العالم كل توقيت الأخبار ما يتغيرش، هو الساعة 1، فتفصلنا 12 دقيقة على الساعة 1، ولازم يصير إعلان قرطاج قبل الساعة 1. هذاك علاش ولكن اون تايم. قعد لنا مداخلة معالي الوزير، الكلمة لك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أنا بدوري أشكر باسم الوفد الموريتاني الحكومة التونسية على كرم الضيافة، وأريد أن أنبه أن الوفد الموريتاني أتى بعناصر الثلاثة: وزارة الصحة ممثلة بالأمانة العامة تمثل معالي الوزير اللي لم يستطع الحضور، ووزارة التنمية الحيوانية أمثلها، والسيدة مسعودة معالي السيدة مسعودة وزيرة البيئة. فنحن حرصنا على أن نسجل حضورنا في هذه التظاهرة الهامة التي تتعلق بالصحة الواحدة. إشارة على ما قيل في حول الإطار، أنا أعتقد أن أهم ما بقي قوله، ما شاء الله قيل كل ما يمكن أن يكون مبادرة فعالة. أهم شيء هو الحاجة للتحرك. نحن عندنا طرف ثاني وهي اللجنة الرباعية التي لديها ميكانيزمات واضحة ولديها مخطط واضح، فنحتاج من ناحية الدول أن يكون الإطار أيضا إطارا جاهزا بأسرع ما يمكن حتى يمكن أن يستغل هذه الفرصة. ما يتعلق بحاجة التنمية الحيوانية والبيئة إلى أن تلتحق بمنظومة الصحة الواحدة من منظور ما هو في موريتانيا، أعتقد أننا في موريتانيا كنا سباقين إلى إدراك مفهوم الصحة الواحدة. ربما أدركناها من باب إدارة الكوارث نوعا ما، لأن كانت الكوارث التي تأتي والأمراض التي تأتي كانت تدعونا إلى الاجتماع ومعرفة مصادر هذه الأوبئة، فكانت هذه البداية ربما. ولكن أيضا الإطار المؤسسي الذي أشارت له معالي الوزيرة برعاية معالي الوزير الأول شكل الإطار الجامع لهذه مختلف القطاعات، والذي يمكن أن يتوسع إلى أن يشمل قطاعات أخرى. الحقيقة هو فيه 14 وزير، يعني يستوعب معظم من يمكن أن يكون له علاقة بالصحة الواحدة. فهذان ملمحان مهمان لكيف استشعرت موريتانيا أهمية الصحة الواحدة. يبقى أن نقول أن هذا المؤتمر فرصة لمزيد من الأخذ والوعي بما يمكن أن يقام به. نحن نحتاج أن نتحرك إلى الأمام. على مستوى موريتانيا نستشعر أن حتى المستهلك العادي بدأ يفهم أهمية الصحة الواحدة. اليوم المنتج العادي لم يصبح يتناول إلى الألبان المبسترة، لأنه يخاف من الألبان التي ممكن أن تكون فيها مخلفات الأدوية. نحتاج على مستوى موريتانيا مثلا كمثال لباقي الدول أن يتعمق هذا الإطار المؤسسي أكثر، لأنه هو الضامن، وأن الجانب العلمي أن يتطور أكثر. وكذلك نحن لدينا تجربة يجب أن يشار إليها، أن هناك مشروع اسمه رجيس تمويل من البنك الدولي، كان مبادرة إقليمية على مستوى سيدياو وأضيفت له دول منها موريتانيا. هذا المشروع الذي كانت له مكون في موريتانيا مكن من إحداث نقلة نوعية على مستوى الوعي بأهمية الصحة الواحدة، وكذلك على مستوى التعليم من حيث تكوين أطر حول علم الأوبئة، وأطر ميدانيين أيضا للتدخل عند الكوارث عند الأوبئة. فمجال التعليم هذا المشروع أحدث فيه نقلة نوعية، وأعتقد أن هذا مثال كيف يمكن للتعاون الإقليمي أن يحدث نقلة نوعية على مستوى الدول. نحن استفدنا كثيرا من مشروع ريجيس هذا، ونعتقد أنه يمثل الاتجاه الذي يجب أن يشير به التعاون بين اللجنة الرباعية والدول. أخيرا أريد أن أشير إلى أن نحن بحاجة على مستوى الدول إلى مشاريع مشتركة بين القطاعات، بحيث يترسخ مفهوم الصحة الواحدة، بحيث تكون عندها ميزانيات مشتركة أيضا، بحيث يزول الحاجة إلى عدم توازن في الميزانيات. أحيانا يكون القطاع عنده أكثر استعداد من الآخر، عندما يكون هناك مشاريع مشتركة وميزانيات مشتركة يكون العمل أكثر فاعلية. أعتقد هذا ما أحببت أن أضيفه، وأشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكرا لكم. هل هنالك أي إضافة؟ مش مهم اللي قلته قبل شوي، يعني الأهم حضوركم وجودكم ورسائلكم أنه توصل، فمش أي إضافة. كل شيء تمام. حسيت معالي وزير الجزائر كأنك تحب تضيف حاجة. في المايك.
To work together for this question. We have the necessary to organize our action in order to collaborate for the MENA and Africa.
أظن حتى كانت هذه رسالته هو أكدها وزير سلطنة عمان. أي إضافة؟ أوكي. شكرا لكم، نجموا تصفقوا عليهم. شكرا. خليكم جنبنا، خليكم معنا. معالي الوزير تفضل. تحية لكل مشاهدينا اللي تحقوا بنا على القناة الوطنية الأولى. نعيش مع بعضنا اللحظات التاريخية. إعلان قرطاج يقدمه السيد مصطفى فرجاني وزير الصحة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إعلان قرطاج حول الصحة الواحدة في منطقة الشرق المتوسط وشمال إفريقيا. تونس 14 جوان 2025. نحن المشاركون في المؤتمر الإقليمي للصحة الواحدة في منطقة الشرق المتوسط وشمال إفريقيا المنعقد في تونس يومي 14 و 15 جوان 2025. وإدراكاً للتحديات الصحية التي تواجه منطقتنا، ومنها تغير المناخ وفقدان التنوع البيولوجي وشح المياه والتصحر ومقاومة مضادات الميكروبات والأمراض الحيوانية المنشأ والأوبئة العابرة للحدود. وإيماناً منا بأن هذه التحديات تتجاوز حدود القطاعات والدول، وتستوجب تنسيقاً وتعاوناً إقليمياً ودولياً، ووعياً منا بمدى تداخل الصحة البشرية والصحة الحيوانية والصحة البيئية، فضلاً عن التأثير المتبادل بينها. واعتماداً على توصيات منظمة الصحة العالمية والمنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية ومنظمة الأغذية والزراعة إلى الدول بضرورة اعتماد منهج الصحة الواحدة الذي ينبني على التنسيق والتكامل بين المتدخلين في إدارة الشؤون الصحية البشرية والحيوانية والبيئية، واقتناعاً منا بفعالية الاستثمار في نهج الصحة الواحدة الذي يهدف إلى تحقيق التوازن المستدام وتحسين صحة الإنسان والحيوان والنباتات والبيئة. نعرب عن تطلعنا الجماعي إلى العمل معاً من أجل مستقبل أكثر صحة واستدامة لمنطقتنا. في هذا السياق نعرب عن دعمنا المبدئي وانفتاحنا على التعاون حول ما يلي: أولاً، إدماج نهج الصحة الواحدة في السياسات العامة المرتبطة بصحة الإنسان والحيوان والنباتات والبيئة، وبما يتلائم مع أولويات كل دولة وسياقاتها المحلية. ثانياً، استكشاف فرص الاستثمار في أنظمة الصحة الواحدة بما يشمل نظم الإنذار المبكر والمراقبة والمخابر والتدريب متعدد القطاعات مع مراعاة الإنصاف واحتياجات الفئات الهشة والتنوع البيولوجي. ثالثاً، العمل على إنشاء المركز الإقليمي للصحة الواحدة منطقة الشرق المتوسط وشمال إفريقيا في تونس كمنصة إقليمية محورية لتبادل الخبرات والممارسات الفضلة وتطوير القدرات المهنية وتعزيز أنظمة المراقبة المتكاملة. رابعاً، العمل على زيادة الوعي المجتمعي والتواصل العام حول أهمية المقاربة المتكاملة للصحة محلياً وإقليمياً لبناء فهم مشترك وتحفيز العمل المجتمعي. خامساً، تشجيع تطوير أطر قانونية وتنظيمية مرنة تعكس الترابط بين الصحة البشرية والبيئية والحيوانية وتتماشى مع النظم القانونية الوطنية. سادساً، دعم مناصرة مقاربة الصحة الواحدة على المستويين المحلي والدولي وتعزيز مكانة منطقتنا كشريك فاعل في مواجهة التحديات الصحية العالمية. هذا الإعلان يمثل دعوة مفتوحة للتعاون، وندعو الحكومات والمنظمات الدولية والمجتمع المدني والقطاع الخاص إلى الانخراط معنا في هذا الجهد الجماعي كل من موقعه وبما يخدم الأهداف المشتركة. معا يمكننا المساهمة في بناء نظام صحي مرن ومستدام لمنطقة شرق المتوسط وشمال إفريقيا بما يخدم أجيال الحاضر والمستقبل. وشكرا.
وشكرا لكم. كان هذا إذن إعلان قرطاج لصحة واحدة لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا. كان ممكن معالي الوزير تقعد معنا صورة تذكارية، صورة جماعية، وكان ممكن تلتحقوا بنا معالي الوزراء. تفضلوا، مرحبا. صورة أي هنا كان ممكن. فوتوغراف سي فو بلاي. كان هذا إذن إعلان قرطاج لصحة واحدة. هو صحة واحدة ومستقبل واحد للشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا. فقط كان ممكن نطلب بكل لطف أنه تنزلوا درجة، لأنه معالي الوزير ما كانش معكم على نفس الدرجة. احنا حبوا الناس كل كيف كيف. شكرا. الآن صورة ثانية مع المنظمات. كان ممكن معالي الوزير كان يتحقوا بنا كل المنظمات, toutes les organisations internationales. Donc, vous êtes 5 à avoir pris la parole, donc comme ça, FAO, OMS, Banque mondiale, bien évidemment, l'Agence pour l'environnement. L'Agence des Nations Unies pour l'environnement. FAO, j'ai déjà appelé. Enfin, voilà les organisations, ils se reconnaîtront. Hein. Voilà. Oui, quand vous voulez. Vous pouvez vous mettre voilà, entre les deux. C'est bien, la Palestine, c'est bien. شكرا. شكرا معالي الوزير. تصفيق اكثر على لجنه التنظيم، كل الناس اللي نظموا، لانه توقيت ساعه واحده بيرفكت تايمينج، رجعنا المباشر للاخبار. شكرا. شكرا لكم. فقبل ما نغادر للغذاء كان ممكن معالي الوزير، تفضلوا معالي الوزراء، نقترح عليكم فيديو يدوم دقيقتين فقط باش نتفرج فيه مع بعضنا للدكتوره حنان. كما وعدتكم نعرفش كان الريجي سي بون حاضرين.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and colleagues, today we are confronted with serious threats at the human-animal-environment interface, from emerging zoonosis, outbreaks and pandemics, to the global crisis of antimicrobial resistance, which alone caused 4.7 million deaths in 2021. These interconnected challenges undermine health systems, food safety and security, and the livelihoods of communities and individuals around the globe. The environment plays a crucial role in this dynamic. Climate change is reshaping ecosystems, altering infection patterns, and increasing foodborne risks. The One Health approach, multidisciplinary across sectoral and collaborative, is essential to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people and animals and ecosystems. It is with great pride that I highlight our progress in the Eastern Mediterranean region, the launch of the Regional One Health Framework during RC69, the first quadripartite regional meeting in 2023, and the establishment of a regional coordination mechanism and action plan. WHO remains committed to working with you to unify our efforts across the region and beyond, build trust, and advance One Health implementation with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes that recognize the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. I wish you a successful and impactful conference.
شكرا. إذن كان عندكم البروجرام تشوفوا أنه المفروض على الساعة 1:06 نمشيوا للغذاء، لأن الساعة 1:03، فعندكم 3 دقائق في عقلكم تمشيوا للغذاء، ونتقابل هوني كان ممكن بعد 45 دقيقة. فبالنسبة لمعالي الوزراء والفي اي بيز الخروج باش يكون كان ممكن من هنا، ولا فما بروتوكول هوني دونك تنجموا تتبعوه من هنا. بالنسبة لباقي القاعة الخروج يكون من الباب الثاني، وفيه بالطبع الغذاء لكل الناس. دونك نتقابلوا كان ممكن الساعة 1:45. شكرا، صح عليكم. احنا ماذا بينا كان نرجعوا في الوقت، عنا حاولنا نستناو شويه ولكن استنينا برشا بريسك 30 دقيقه. تعرفوا الوقت ثمين حتى باش نرجعوهم بعد مش بالسهل، فتو يلتحقوا بينا ان شاء الله. بعثنا شكون بالطبيعه يفون يجيبوا ناس، ولكن نحترموا الناس اللي جات في الوقت. ديما هو ذاك قصتي انا مع التظاهرات، فما ناس تجي في الوقت ما نجموش زاد نظلموها ونخليوها تستنى. فوالا تو يلتحقوا بنا. فحبيت نعطي الكلمة للدكتورة مديحة خماسي هبو، Associate Professor Veterinary Epidemiology and Infectious Animal Diseases. هذا هو اختصاصها. Elle va modérer le panel. Donc مع دكتور باولو تيتاني Senior Veterinary Epidemiologist في WOHA Integrated Surveillance Systems Tracking Health Threats Across Species. Dr. Wahid Mehri, Director General of the General Directorate of Veterinary Services, Strengthening Laboratories, Building Resilient Diagnostic Systems in One Health. باش يكون مداخلة. أنا أيضا مداخلة ثالثة, troisième présentation, Dr. Julie Garnier, cofondatrice et présidente de Odyssey Conservation Trust, Nature's Shields in a Changing Climate, Conserving Natural Habitats and Managing Wildlife to Curb Disease Risk. Ça, c'est le nom de sa présentation. That's it. Régie, vous êtes prêts pour les slides? Tout est prêt? Confirmation. C'est parfait. Voilà.
Alors,
merci à toutes et à tous. Donc on va reprendre. On a essayé d'attendre un petit peu notre troisième panéliste. Bon, on va lui laisser sa place et il va se joindre à nous. Docteur Khamé, si la parole est à vous. C'était prévu initialement qu'on ait 45 minutes. Peut-être on va essayer de faire 35 à peu près. Voilà. C'est bien. Allez-y.
Ok, merci Wassim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Alors je rejoins tous mes compatriotes pour souhaiter la bienvenue à tous nos invités, nos chers invités, nos collègues, nos amis, nos partenaires, tous ceux qui font partie aujourd'hui de cette conférence, de cet événement grandiose. Alors, je vais enchaîner en anglais, donc, puisque mes speakers vont me présenter en anglais. We've been talking since this morning about One Health. We spoke about joint plan, about guidelines, about the importance of One Health to be implemented, but we need actions. And now this session will be dedicated to see what actions could be implemented in fields. And because we are speaking about prevention of infectious animal diseases, I think that it's very, very important to make action regarding surveillance. So it's very important as primary line, especially at the fields, to detect signals, to detect the first symptoms in animals, in human, even in plants. So that's why, first of all, and our first speaker will talk about how to implement surveillance, integrated surveillance system. So before to give words to Dr. Paulo, I will introduce him shortly. So Dr. Paolo Tisani will give us an overview about integrated surveillance systems, tracking health threats across species. Dr. Paolo is veterinarian, graduated in 2000, and from 2001 to 2015, he worked at the University of Turin in Italy. His research has mainly focused on the ecology and epidemiology of wildlife diseases. He obtained his PhD in parasitology in 2007, and from 2010 to 2015, he worked in Europe Union-funded projects on the control of infectious animal diseases. Dr. Tisani joined the World Organization for Animal Health in 2015 as veterinary epidemiologist. His activities include epidemiological analysis of the global animal health situation and epidemic intelligence to improve early detection and response to animal health threats. The word is yours, Paolo.
Thank you very much. It's very a pleasure to be here to speak about in this important event. What I'm going to present in the next slide will be an overview of integrated surveillance system using some key figures and statistics from data collected from our organization, the World Organization for Animal Health, to show you the importance of tracking animal health events across species, and specifically at the domestic wildlife interface. Oops. So it is a fact that domestic wildlife species are under different monitoring pressure. Here, it's very clear from these two maps. You have on top in blue information derived from outbreaks reported in the last 20 years to our World Animal Health Information System about domestic animals on top. And in green below, you have the outbreak reported for wildlife. It's very clear for domestic animals, but specifically for wildlife, the unbalanced geographic distribution of outbreaks. But also, if you look at the table, the unbalanced percentage of outbreaks reported in domestic animal and wildlife, in particular in the Africa region, during the whole period, only 4% of the outbreaks reported for exceptional epidemiological events were reported in wildlife. And if we go and focus on the MENA region, only 0.8%. This means clearly that is not related to a different distribution of diseases in domesticated animal wildlife and by region. There was another slide here, it is missing, but in the other slide that you cannot see, there was a distribution of surveillance activities reported by our members for domestic animal and wildlife. And again, there was a huge difference in the number of diseases in wildlife that countries were reported of having any surveillance activity in place. Just to give you an idea, I'm sorry you cannot see the figure, but basically out of around 81 diseases for which there is a mandatory international reporting wildlife, on average in the Africa region and the MENA region, countries report to have any surveillance in place, either active or passive, for only 15 diseases. And why is it so important to have an integrated surveillance system? I think the case of avian influenza that was already discussed and presented today, this morning. Avian influenza is a very important disease, is a very relevant disease that is evolving in time. Now the most recent scenario, the disease dynamic, is the one you have on the right, a disease that is circulating with highly pathogenic and low pathogenic avian influenza viruses in domestic animal, in the traditional reservoir, the wild birds, but more and more also in unusual host species. And also the disease can spill over to human. The point is having surveillance only for one of the components, the domestic, the wildlife, or the human one, clearly make us losing some important information, not having the clear picture, and so not being able to take proper decision. I think there is another slide missing. There is something going on with the presentation. Anyway, I keep going. So integrated surveillance is very important, and it has also been pointed as very important element by the One Health high-level expert panel, that was mentioned several times today. Integrated surveillance, as you can see, is one of the key actions identified to identify threats and reduce the risk of spillover to humans. But reducing the spillover to humans is really only one of the objectives of having an integrated surveillance system in place. We have discussed about One Health today. It's not only about human health, but it's also about animal health. So we need also always to consider wildlife can be a source of emergence of diseases, but wildlife also is a victim of disease emergence. And here you can see again there are statistics from information reported to the World Organization for Animal Health. Out of all the species reported having outbreaks for exceptional epidemiological event, on average 10% of the outbreaks are impacting species with a critical conservation status based on IUCN conservation. So what we can do to, as we said, to move from the theory to practical actions. I think since the beginning of the pandemic, there were a lot of discussion about how to improve surveillance system, what to do. There was discussion at the quadripartite level, at the regional level, etc. So there are really a lot of documents that have been, and guidelines that have been published. In this slide and the next one, I just want to highlight a couple of them that I think were quite relevant for our discussion today about how to improve surveillance system. One of the of the publication I want to highlight is the quadripartite One Health intelligence scoping study that derived from a conversation at the quadripartite level with the objective of the 4 organizations how to better streamline, how to better integrate information from the different organizations. As you can see in the image, the idea, the base of the One Health intelligence scoping study is to work at the country level, the level 1 that you can see here in the graph. We action at the country level, and as you can see, there is, as repeated several times, collaborative activity and transversal activity. The idea of the One Health intelligence scoping study is to improve the way data are collected at the country level, to better feed the international level, and to feed in some moment this global One Health intelligence system for the quadripartite. This global One Health intelligence system is still theoretical, is still an hypothesis because for the moment there was no funding to practically implement it. One of the words that were recurring before was collaborative surveillance, and so that's why I want also to highlight this publication for the WHO about collaborative surveillance. Collaborative surveillance is defined as the systematic strengthening of capacity at the country level and collaboration. That's really the key, and is in extreme summary from this publication, the key on how to improve system. And the other publication I want to highlight, collaborative surveillance and transversal surveillance transversal activity is very important, but something maybe even low costing that we can implement is a proper event-based surveillance framework. That is the way we can integrate through active search, through media scanning, etc., what is collected by the traditional surveillance system. And Africa CDC in 2023 redeveloped an already existing event-based surveillance framework, really focusing on the One Health collaboration among the different stakeholders. To finalize, and again to put into practical perspective from my organization, from the World Organization for Animal Health point of view, I'm not going through all these actions. Maybe we can expand more during the discussion later. But basically, the way the WOA is improving surveillance is through capacity building activities for different diseases. For example, the Ebosursi project in the Africa region, about specific project like the Provna project, that is a project that tries to improve the vector-borne disease surveillance, and also improving, or if not existing, creating a system to allow members to collect information at the global level. So the World Animal Health Information System, or a specific system we are building to collect non-listed diseases for wildlife. This was my last slide. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Paolo, for this wonderful presentation. We don't have enough time to take questions from the public, so I have 2 questions to you, Pablo, if you don't mind. The first question, that we all know that an integrated surveillance system needs to be fed by data from all sectors. And there is a citation that we say, who has the information or the data has the power. And no one sometimes wants to share data. It's very problematic, it's sensitive subject, sharing data. Each one wants to keep the data regarding animals, the climate, or maybe each of components under the umbrella of One Health. So my question to you, according to your experience in the OA, how to convince stakeholders to share data to be able to implement and set up such integrated surveillance system?
Wait, thank you very much for the question. I think on this point, on the difficulty of data sharing, how to improve data sharing, there was, again, a lot of discussion also internally at WOA, but also at the level of the One Health high-level expert panel. Actually, they are really working currently to identify enablers barriers and enablers for data sharing. And in extreme summary, I know we do not have a lot of time, but basically barriers, the main barriers that impede the sharing of information can be summarized in social and political barriers. So people, but there are a political willing or even a political framework need to, that was a bit what we discussed this morning, that enable the proper sharing of information, but there is also kind of social component. Information, as you say, is power. Information can be confidential. So there is a need to build a kind of trust environment where people can feel at ease, just comfortable in sharing information. So, for example, having strong data governance in place, improving transparency in the way we are sharing information. There is a technical component that is very important. Data need to be of good quality, or at least collected in the same way. So what we need is to implement ontology, we need to implement reference table, reference data set to be able for everybody to collect and to speak the same language, actually. And also, the third point is also a point of infrastructure. Even if we have the data, even if we have the technical need, the technical capacity, sometimes we do not have this infrastructure to share this data. And sometimes the infrastructure are very fragmented. In the course of the PRESOD project, is a project Preventing Zoonotic Disease Event, there was a mapping of platform collecting information on different aspects of the One Health spectrum, and we map more than 50 different platforms doing actually similar or partially overlapping work.
Thank you, Paolo. I have another question. It's regarding the support that could be provided by the WOA at the national level for the country members. As a representative of the WOA, do you think that it's possible to strengthen and to support country members to build such a platform and integrated surveillance system at national level, and why not regional level?
Well, I think some of the action I included in my last slide partially reply already to your question, but in general, I think the organization has a lot of activities that whose main objective is really to facilitate and to support countries in their surveillance activity, in their data sharing activity, in their reporting activity. We produce, we are sustained by a network of experts. We produce guidelines, we produce standard, international standard on surveillance. That should be the guideline for all the members to set their surveillance system in place. We have specific action on what is called the PVS, Performance of Veterinary Service Program. That is a really specific service that analyzes what we call the critical competencies of the countries, and among them there are several critical competencies also related to surveillance, detect the gaps and provide a recommendation on how to improve. As an organization, we are also, and we are at the very beginning, but we are also putting in place and trying to strengthen our epidemic intelligence framework. That is to find a way to better and to more properly integrate official and non-official information for the benefit of members. And also, as I included in my slide, improvement of the WAHI system, the World Animal Health Information System, to be more easily used by the country, but also connection of the WAHI system with other systems. Something that's very recent, for example, in the Europe region, we connected the WAHI system with the regional European system, the ADI system, Animal Disease Information System, so that the information shared in one platform is automatically shared in the other one. So this is another way really facilitate a lot the life of country in doing surveillance and reporting at the international level.
Thank you, Paolo. Just I would like to add You already mentioned the early detection, early warning system and evidence-based surveillance. I just would like to add that 2 days ago, with the Observatory of New and Emerging Diseases, it was held a workshop how to share data with the CDC Africa. And I think in Tunisia, it would be a start point for such an integrated surveillance system. And maybe we have to fund, we have to encourage such initiatives and to bring all people work together to feed with data in this integrated surveillance system. Thank you so much, Paolo.
Thank you.
سي وهيب مهري موجود؟ سي وهيب موجود. Okay. So we switch to the laboratory, and I think that all of you agree that strong laboratory is a backbone for efficient surveillance. That's why we will welcome Dr. Wahib Mahri, the General Directorate of Veterinary Service in Tunisia. So I will introduce quickly Dr. Wahib Mahri. Dr. Mahri Wahib is a veterinary medical doctor, Inspector General, and currently serves as the General Director of Veterinary Services at Tunisian Ministry of Agriculture. He also served as the Directorate of the Regional Institute for Research Veterinary in Tunis at the regional level at SUS. He was manager of the National Horse Racing Society at National Delegate to the World Organization for Animal Health. Throughout his career, Dr. Wahib has worked to strengthen veterinary systems, modernize diagnostic capacity, improve zoonotic disease surveillance, and tackle antimicrobial resistance. So, Dr. Wahib will talk about strengthening laboratories, building resilient diagnostic systems in animal health. The floor is yours, Dr. Wahib.
Merci tout le monde. Donc, notre présentation, je vais présenter en français, excusez-moi. Donc, il y aura la traduction, bien sûr. Donc, mesdames, messieurs, chers collègues, chers partenaires, c'est avec un grand plaisir que je prends la parole aujourd'hui en tant que directeur général des services vétérinaires du ministère de l'Agriculture et des Ressources hydrauliques et de la pêche. Donc, nous nous réunissons à Tunis pour discuter d'un sujet essentiel à notre avenir collectif et qui est la santé unique ou One Health et qui lie la santé humaine, la santé animale et celle de notre environnement. Donc, ma contribution portera sur un maillon essentiel et stratégique dans cette One Health, in One Health. Donc, c'est le rôle des laboratoires dans la résilience des systèmes de diagnostic. Donc, le rôle stratégique des laboratoires en matière de santé, les laboratoires vétérinaires sont bien plus que de deux lieux d'analyse. Ce n'est pas qu'un lieu d'analyse. Ce sont des centres de vigilance, des plateformes de détection précoce, des confirmations scientifiques et des réponses rapides. Dans le contexte des zoonoses émergentes, de résistance aux antimicrobiens ou des pandémies comme celle de Covid-19, le diagnostic est notre première ligne de défense. Un laboratoire qui fonctionne, c'est tout un système de santé qui voit venir les menaces avant qu'elles ne les frappent. La situation dans la région de MENA et en Tunisie. Dans la région du MENA, y compris en Tunisie, nous avons des compétences reconnues. Il y a des compétences, des laboratoires nationaux actifs et une volonté politique qui est croissante dans ce domaine. Mais nous faisons face à des défis structurels, des équipements inadaptés parfois, un besoin en ressources humaines et qualifiées, des capacités de biosécurité et de qualité à renforcer, et surtout un partage de données encore trop cloisonné. Et ça, c'est ça le plus important, que ce soit entre les secteurs des laboratoires humains ou animaux, vétérinaires ou environnementaux. Donc nous devons faire face à ces défis, ou bien on va faire de ces défis une opportunité pour construire des systèmes plus robustes. Pourquoi parler de résilience? Donc qu'est-ce qu'une résilience? La résilience, c'est la capacité d'un système à absorber un choc sans s'effondrer. Un laboratoire résilient continue de fonctionner pendant une crise sanitaire. Il doit permettre de protéger son personnel et produire des résultats fiables et bien sûr communiquer rapidement. C'est ça un laboratoire résilient. Donc c'est une version que nous devons porter pour l'avenir. Les composantes d'un laboratoire robuste. Quelles sont les caractéristiques d'un laboratoire robuste? Que faut-il pour bâtir cette résilience donc il faut plusieurs éléments qui sont fondamentaux. Il faut des infrastructures qui doivent être modernes et sûres et conformes aux normes de biosécurité. Un personnel bien formé et suffisamment en nombre, motivé et stabilisé. Une gestion de la qualité et des chaînes logistiques et fiables pour transporter les échantillons jusqu'au laboratoire. Et surtout, une capacité d'anticipation technologique avec un matériel innovant. L'intégration dans One Health. Un laboratoire ne doit pas travailler en vase clos. Il doit être au cœur du système intégré One Health, où vétérinaires, médecins, environnementalistes, des scientifiques collaborent ensemble. Et nous devons bâtir surtout des réseaux de laboratoires connectés entre laboratoires vétérinaires, connectés entre laboratoires en humain, connectés entre des laboratoires environnementaux, mais surtout connectés entre eux tous. Un virus ne connaît pas les frontières. Notre riposte non plus ne doit pas en avoir. Les progrès en Tunisie. Nous avons entamé une transformation basée sur l'amélioration des capacités et le renforcement des capacités de nos laboratoires en matière de matériel ou bien en matière de biosécurité. Des collaborations aussi entre les laboratoires, les universités, les centres hospitaliers universitaires ont en quelque sorte créé quelques ponts entre les secteurs. Des programmes de formation sont instaurés en collaboration que ce soit avec la FAO, l'OMSA et l'Union européenne. Mais il faut aller plus loin, plus vite et ensemble. C'est pour cela qu'il faut une feuille de route régionale. Ce n'est qu'à l'échelle régionale que nous pouvons faire face aux grandes menaces. Donc, on propose des grandes lignes d'une feuille de route MENA. On propose de créer une plateforme régionale de laboratoire One Health. Partager les expertises mutualiser les équipements, assurer surtout la traçabilité des échantillons, bâtir un système d'alerte rapide et interopérable, mobiliser surtout les financements internationaux, notamment via le Banque mondiale et les autres agences. Je voudrais insister sur 3 priorités stratégiques. Investir durablement dans les laboratoires vétérinaires, c'est investir de sécurité nationale. Promouvoir la collaboration intersectorielle et multisectorielle avec des plateformes communes et des formations croisées. Et enfin, renforcer la gouvernance et l'engagement politique autour d'un One Health opérationnel et non seulement conceptuel. Et en conclusion, en renforçant nos laboratoires, nous renforçons notre souveraineté sanitaire, notre capacité de riposte, mais aussi notre crédibilité scientifique. Je crois que la Tunisie, de par sa position stratégique, sa compétence scientifique et son engagement politique, elle est prête à jouer le rôle moteur dans cette dynamique régionale. Ensemble, nous bâtissons un réseau de laboratoires résilients, intégrés et engagés au service d'une santé unique. Et merci pour votre attention.
On me dit que le temps presse, donc une question quand même. Alors, à votre avis, d'après votre expérience et votre position actuelle en tant que directeur des services vétérinaires, est-ce que nous sommes, ou plutôt nos laboratoires aujourd'hui, sont prêts à faire face à une pandémie, une nouvelle pandémie?
Nous avons fait beaucoup de choses. On a le savoir-faire. Ça manque un peu des moyens, mais via le Pandemic Fund, quand on a commencé et que la Tunisie a bénéficié d'un avantage d'un fonds pour la mise à niveau de ces laboratoires, la seule chose qui manque, ou plutôt on va avoir dans le Pandemic Fund des systèmes d'information. Ce qui est le plus urgent, c'est la connexion des laboratoires vétérinaires, que ce soit vétérinaires entre eux ensemble, qu'ils travaillent en commun. Les laboratoires aussi en humain doivent travailler en commun. Les laboratoires environnementaux doivent travailler en commun, mais surtout une interconnexion entre ces différents laboratoires. Ainsi, dès qu'il y aura et l'utilisation aussi de l'intelligence artificielle, c'est quelque chose de très important. Une fois nous avons des systèmes d'information qui sont efficaces et reçoivent un certain nombre d'informations, donc l'intelligence artificielle peut nous orienter et même parfois détecter, même s'il y a des risques minimes qui sont minimes pour l'homme, mais l'intelligence artificielle peut nous renseigner et nous orienter pour la prendre en considération.
Merci, Siohib. Merci beaucoup. J'enchaîne avec notre troisième présentation. So, since this morning we heard about wildlife, a lot about wildlife. And I think that wildlife still, it's like neglected. Studies, surveillance, a lot of things that should be done are not today done. And we are experiencing a dramatic losses of biodiversity. We are hearing about species that are suddenly disappearing, and you know that the species extinction is irreversible phenomenon. So each species that disappear could not be reintegrated again on Earth. So we will talk in our last presentation about nature's shield in a changing climate, conserving natural habitats and managing wildlife to curb disease risk. And this presentation will be given by a special woman, Dr. Julie Garnier, who is veterinarian, like all veterinarian, with over 25-year experience in pioneering community-based One Health programs, combining biodiversity and ecosystem regeneration with a gender-responsive One Health approach, and she is leading One Health expert practitioner. She co-founded the Odyssey Conservation Trust with a small group of One Health practitioners to operationalize a One Health in Action approach by empowering vulnerable communities and especially women in threatened ecosystems. So, Dr. Julie, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Excellencies, Honorable Minister, dear colleagues and friends. Well, first let me express my gratitude to the government of Tunisia and the quadripartite for having invited me to this extraordinary event. I've got a double challenge here in less than 8 minutes to convince you of the importance of nature, biodiversity, and wildlife, and try to keep you awake because we had such a delicious lunch that it's quite difficult, and I hope this talk will keep you awake. The MENA region is home to an extraordinary biodiversity and wildlife with 12 biodiversity hotspots and unique wildlife, such as the Arabian oryx or the Barbary macaque, and high levels of biodiversity in the ocean, in the Red Sea, in the Mediterranean. But this biodiversity is under threat, like in the rest of the world. And today we are at the crossroads. We face a triple crisis, as we heard this morning. We've got a climate crisis with a magnitude never seen before and records broken every month. We've got a biodiversity crisis with ecosystems no longer being able to deliver their services. Oceans are saturated. Their acidity threatens marine life. Forests emit carbon and no longer absorb it. And wildlife populations have declined to such an extent that wild mammals now only represent 4% of the wild terrestrial biomass, of the terrestrial mammal biomass, sorry. Of the 8 million species known, we've got 1 million species at risk of extinction. We are losing species before we even know them. And finally, we've got a health crisis with the rise in zoonotic diseases, infectious disease, but also non-communicable disease. And I think we'll hear a talk on food systems. But I think the MENA region suffer from overweight and obesity, and these are part of the pictures, obviously. And what we know is that these crises are interlinked and mutually reinforcing one another through positive feedback loop, as you can see on this diagram. Climate change is a massive driver of biodiversity loss. But biodiversity loss also contributes to climate change. More biodiverse natural mangroves or habitats store a lot more carbon than newly planted monoculture. And this vicious circle affects human, animal, and environmental health negatively. If we continue on this trajectory, as you can see on the tipping points diagram on the right, there will be abrupt, irreversible, and dangerous impacts for humanity. So it's time to confront these intertwined challenges through an integrated, systemic One Health response, which recognizes the interdependence of human, animal, ecosystem health. But first, we now need to understand that nature and biodiversity are at the heart of One Health. Healthy natural habitats and wildlife populations, thriving wildlife populations, are not risks, but shields to restore, to protect, and to steward. And nature looks after us. A critical but often overlooked role of biodiversity is its ability to regulate diseases and the immunity it gives to people, animals, and landscapes. A greater diversity of wildlife species means that pathogens are less likely to find the specific host they need to survive. This is known as a dilution effect. Nature looks after us again when the diversity of healthy habitats is associated with the immunity of landscapes, where different populations of different species interact and maintain a certain balance between predators and prey, for example. But when degraded habitats, then generally species like rodents or bats tend to dominate, and these animals, as we know, are more likely to carry pathogens, zoonotic pathogens. Nature looks after us, always. Biodiversity is actually our greatest pharmacy. Over half of all modern medicines trace their origins to plants, fungi, and microorganisms in the wild. Yet for every breakthrough drug like artemisinin that you can see on this picture, which is used as an anti-malaria drug and discovered in sweet wormwood, there remain countless unknown molecules whose chemical secrets could yield the next generation of life-saving therapies. So how can we make it happen on the ground? Well, first, it's important to deploy a One Health approach at a landscape level, where people are living within distinct cultural, social, and natural context. This begins by bringing all relevant sectors and disciplines around the table, but not just public health and vet services, conservation, water, agronomists, and private sector, which is fundamental stakeholders to bring around the table. And then we all need to consider biodiversity and wildlife in the land use planning and in the picture. We need to identify ecosystem services needed for healthy landscapes and immune landscapes. We need to identify specific wildlife needs, the need for grazing, water, stopovers during migration. And this means also identifying potential hotspots for disease transmission, but also conflict over resources like water or grazing where tensions can rise quickly. And this also means capitalizing on the positive role of biodiversity and wildlife, not just in tourism, but in the cultural identity and traditions of local communities. This is another fundamental aspect of One Health for biodiversity and nature. The involvement and empowerment of communities for coexistence strategy. And this starts by recognizing, oops, sorry, we are way, oh. I'm trying to go back. Let's go. Sorry about that. Right. So let's involve and empower communities for coexistence strategies. And this starts by valuing and embedding the indigenous and local knowledge. Because local communities are the original One Health practitioners with knowledge systems which are holistic, adaptive, and deeply rooted in their interdependence with nature. But inclusion cannot be symbolic. They need to be able to express their real needs and priorities in relation with nature, how they perceive and value wildlife, and to identify sources of tensions or imbalance. And we must also empower communities as One Health sentinels. With adequate training and support, local actors can monitor animal and human health signals. They can participate in disease surveillance based on their innate ability to detect subtle ecological changes. And these early warning systems are often the first signs of troubles. We need also to protect and restore ecosystems while managing agricultural land sustainably with no detrimental effects on wildlife. Nature-based solutions like reforestation are now widely used as effective strategies for climate change mitigation and adaptation, but we must ensure that key habitats for wildlife and biodiversity are also restored for the benefits of all. And finally, if we want to have a transformative change about considering how important biodiversity and wildlife are for our future, we need to communicate and educate how vital nature is for the health of all. And this means building awareness on the co-benefits of nature and biodiversity. This means promoting coexistence narratives, shift the conversation from wildlife as a threat to nature as a partner and highlight success stories. We need to place biodiversity and nature at the heart of One Health training and education programs, and we need to engage the youth in environmental programs. In conclusion, in the MENA region, like in the rest of the world, conserving nature and biodiversity is not a luxury. It's a necessity, a vital necessity for building resilience. We must rethink our relationship with nature. We are part of it, and it is the key to our resilience. We must respect it, protect it, and restore it for our very own survival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie, for this inspiring presentation. You are doing a lot of work on field with communities, local communities, and we are wondering how to convince local communities about biodiversity conservation and preservation under climate change, using the approach of One Health, but also when sometimes in some regions it's not the priority because there are poverty, starvation, maybe political conflict, a lot of other priorities. So how to convince those people to align and to join this movement and to be part of it?
Thank you. I think it's essential to bring in the local communities as a key stakeholder when deploying the One Health approach in a landscape. And it means identifying their problems, their real problems, not the problems as we perceive it. Because, for example, brucellosis, we're talking about zoonotic diseases, but brucellosis might not be a perceived priority. As we know, communities have to face climate change impact, health impact, malnutrition, water scarcity. But through a One Health perspective, and we've got tools in the methodology of One Health, you bring all these questions around the table and you show local communities that by having this holistic approach, then it will allow to address all these elements together and create more meaningful impact. That's number one. Number two, I think it's important to first in a country or in a landscape to go towards communities who have got some understanding, who have got some maybe traditions and culture rooted in that holistic systemic approach and understanding of nature, because they will understand much better. It is more difficult to bring this concept to urban children, for example, or communities. And by having concrete examples, and that's what we do, having concrete examples of how One Health can work within a landscape with communities, then you bring other communities to see the result. And you'd create a momentum by which, the first efforts you have really concentrated on in achieving something can be replicated a lot more rapidly. So it needs to find the right ingredients to deploy the One Health approach in the best environment possible and terrain with the best local actors. And once you've got that, we've seen by deploying some vaccination campaigns, land regeneration movements, etc., then you see One Health champions emerging. I remember very well in a rabies vaccination campaign around a national park in Zimbabwe where kids had died actually of rabies, human rabies. And you had these adolescents who were, a bit not at ease to start with, and then they gained confidence. And I think trust building is a very important element of One Health. And then they became One Health champions. They were the first ones afterwards to convince their fellow community members to come and join these prevention campaigns or other activities that were deployed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julie.
Thank you.
Time is over, unfortunately. I would like to, first of all, to congratulate and to thank speakers of this session. Just to sum up, and the key message, I think that we all conscious and aware that we need to collaborate, to enhance communication, to enhance capacity building. Maybe obviously we will need also a frame for this collaboration. That's what is lacking nowadays. A policy frame, also structure, organized structure to bring all these people working together. So to have an integrated surveillance system, to make the capacity building or capacity of laboratories, also to make actions true regarding the wildlife, because unfortunately we still have a lot to be done regarding wildlife. So thank you for attention, all of you, and I think it's over for us. Thank you, Osim.
It's definitely over. 15 minutes later. Thank you. Thank you, but it was very interesting, quite interesting. Thank you again to all our panelists. And we're going to move on. واصلوا إذا مع برنامجنا الآن Dr. Francesco Valentini, Program Officer at WOHA. He's there. Yeah, there you are. Il est là. إذا نواصلوا معاه. I'm going to call your panelists if you want. I could do that. باش يكون عندنا إذا الدكتورة نصاف بن عليا, Director General Tunisia National Observatory of New and Emerging Disease, about integration and collaboration at national level. And then another presentation with Dr. Mohamed Al-Nassour, Executive Director, Eastern Mediterranean Public Health Network and the Steering Committee Chair of the World Health Organization. And the presentation is going to be about integration and collaboration across countries. So national level and across countries. Francesco, Dr. Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Ministers, esteemed colleagues and quadripartite partners, One Health champions. So my name is Francesco Valentini. As Wasim said, I work for WOHA as Program Officer. I'm based here in Tunis, and today I will moderate this session on One Health success stories. With me, I have Dr. Mohamed Al-Nassour, Eastern Mediterranean Public Health Network Executive Director, and Professor Nissaf Bouafif Benalaya, Director General of Tunisia National Observatory, New Emerging Diseases in the Ministry of Health Tunisia, Head of Department of Preventive and Community Medicine, the Faculty of Medicine in Tunis. So thank you both for accepting the invitation to attend the One Health conference and be speakers of this One Health Success Stories session. The objective of today's session that I have the honor of facilitating is to have a dialogue with our guests, our speakers, on One Health integration and collaboration within and across borders. So instead of having presentations, we will have a dialogue with our speakers and we will try to highlight some key points. So as already mentioned in some of the other sessions this morning and at the beginning of the afternoon, by linking human, animal and environmental health, One Health approach can help us to address the full spectrum of the disease control, detection, preparedness, response, and resilience, and to contribute, therefore, to the global health security. So, Dr. Al-Nassour, to start with you, according to your experience, how could we translate the One Health approach into actions at all levels, focusing mainly at regional level, for example, the MENA region, and at national level?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I know that this is a very tough session after lunchtime, so we will be in brief and very clear. I think, referring to the question, many of the frameworks, guidelines, operational documents on the place now, and it's time for implementation and how we can support the member states and country, in applying these concepts and how to show the cases of different scenarios. And one of the major, I think, areas that, few areas that we need to focus on mainly, the operational guidelines to show the countries and the members, how we can do the practice. And one of the major components for One Health is became with the workforce capacity And without workforce capacity, I think the implementation will be lacking for, sustainability and how to make sure of it. Moreover, we are, as it was very well stated today, that we are having some problem or limitation with the communication and networking. I think this is a very important aspect that we need to focus on, how we can communication. Our region, Eastern Mediterranean region, as we know, it's with various levels of development in terms of public health systems. So we need to make sure of how we can bring, others, our experiences, how we can communicate our experiences, and how we can communicate it through our colleagues, through the networks, and through communications. So we are in Xylo. We need to bridge the Xylo in country and, in the region, and to make sure that we are sharing the experience among different players. Lacking of documentation, and this was stated today early morning, that we need to make sure examples and evidence-based experiences from our region. That's why we need to documentation, we need to scientific evidence in this regard. And, moreover, we cannot keep community engagement, one of the limitations in our region. Still, it's not very well stated. So I think, one of the areas that we need to work on it, it's more about, how we can engage our communities. And I am sure, we have some experiences in the region before even the One Health, and now it's time to play, in the One Health. So governance, it's another important issues, and as we saw today from the Minister of Oman, he stated that it's part of the now of public health law. In other countries, still, it's still under the development. So this variation, how we can strengthen the governance of, One Health is very important. Now, what we are doing in many countries, again, we are in different levels in the region, but I think, stability with creating legal frameworks, and legal channels, to improve the One Health. It cannot be depends on the personal relationships. So we need to show the case of the legalize, the One Health approach, and to show this more. So these are, few areas where we can work more, and I can maybe later, bring more examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Nassour. So you well highlighted that translating One Health into action requires a multifaceted approach. So you mentioned, I heard, governance, communication, collaboration, capacity building, breaking silos, and community engagement, going beyond personal relationship, but really creating a strong structure that can support our plans, that can strengthen our workforce, preventing health threats, and fostering scientific knowledge exchange. So, Professor Benalaya, for you, what is the current status of One Health implementation in the MENA region? And in your opinion, what are the main challenges, gaps, but also opportunities and success stories that you can share with us today?
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to join this event and to discuss about the One Health implementation in our region. We can say that we have decades of implementation of One Health in our region. It is not new. In all our preventive programs since 80s, it was implemented a lot of integrated prevention program. by different directorates at the Ministry of Health or at the Ministry of Agriculture. But what was lacking is the integration between different sectors and within also the same sector. It is clear that One Health approach recognizes the interconnection of human, animals, and environmental health is gaining increased recognition and implementation in our region now, especially after the COVID-19, that shows that the risk of zoonosis diseases and is real, and we can have real pandemic with real impact on economy and also on the health of people. What is challenges now? The lack of specific skills, inadequate training, limited staffing, and unattractive salaries in the animal and public health fields are challenges to implementing the One Health intervention in some countries of our region, especially when we need to go to the field to conduct some field activities, to collect samples from the field, and we are challenging a lot of difficulty to conduct this work, and for this we need really to benefit from the funds now going to the One Health implementation, like the pandemic funds, the MedNet for One project, and other, to enhance the capacity of investigation in the field, and also the capacity of genomic surveillance, what was one of limited and challenged activity in Tunisia. While challenges remain, particularly in resource allocation and institutional coordination, significant progress is being made in strengthening capacity building, and here I have to highlight the field epidemiology training programs that was implemented in our region with the support of AMFNet, WHO, and other agencies that prepared all our staff to, they were prepared for the pandemic. Also, we implemented rapid response team training, event-based training with the support of Africa CDC and other agencies. We had a lot of activities. And the particularity of Tunisia that we included the One Health approach since the beginning. And here in this room, we have graduates from this program who are from the animal sector. That means that we included the One Health modules in this training, but now we are working to have a One Health master degree. It will be a collaboration between the School of Vet and the University of Medicine of Tunis. It will be a master degree in One Health. We succeed also to implement e-words master degree at the University of Tunis that will start next year, and it will be open also for all sectors, not only the health sector. And also we have with the pandemic funds and other projects, we have the opportunity to prepare more advanced material for this master degree, to have TOTs, to prepare the mentors, to prepare the facilitators, and to have also the logistic issues related to this master. Now, what we need is to use the money in the way that it has to be used. That means with a very high impact in the field. Because what we need to enhance the capacity in the field. Those who conduct the investigation in the field during the COVID-19 was those working in the field. Then we need first to start with those working in the field to do a lot of evaluation and assessment of their needs. A lot of interaction review and after-action review were conducted. They highlighted the gaps related to fighting the pandemic, and we need to take into account all these gaps in conducting our training. What also we need through these opportunities to support different countries, and Tunisia is one of those who have the pandemic funds, is to strengthen our capacity of integrated surveillance system. It was the session before this, but it is one of the most challenging issues in our countries. There are a lot of activities. We have a lot of data, but we need to share data within us and within other countries to be able to implement our early warning and response system. Without sharing data, without having data of high quality, we cannot have this early warning system. And without data on all sectors, on animals, vectors, humans, environment, climate, we cannot have an
and we really have to focus and have a high impact strategic planning for the use of the funds that we have available. So, Dr. Al-Nassour, how is the technical and advocacy support of EMFNet helping countries to implement the One Health approach?
Thank you very much. But allow me just to back to the word silo and breaking the silo, and let us be positive by saying bridging the silo in the future, because really it's a bridge and we need to do that in the same principle. So in Oman conference and Salalah conference for One Health Infinite was recognized as one of the major players for capacity building. And based on our experience in the past 15 years related to the field epidemiology training program, and nowadays we have different field epidemiologists in collaboration with ministries of health in main issues. But you know, with the concept of One Health, you know, we started expanding these One Health programs with different modalities in terms of the frontliners, intermediate, and advanced FETB to be, you know, with the One Health. So nowadays we have very good experience from Egypt, Yemen, and we recently working with Palestine and Lebanon, you know, about the FETB One Health. And with these different modalities, we can build the capacity because, you know, it depends on the skills, requirement, competencies for the training that we are looking for. Especially as Dr. Nisar mentioned, sometimes we need people in the field to be trained and to have the basic knowledge and the skills and experience. And the beauty of these programs that they are looking for, you know, in-service training and how we hands-on training that how we can do things. This is in terms of building the capacity. However, also during the whole day today, there was a very good discussion about, you know, to be prepared, prevent, preparedness, and response. So we are talking about the preparedness, then it can be related to the FETB. But what about response? So we are working with the countries from different countries from the region about rapid response teams. And if we remember, you know, we always worked on the rapid response team, but was with the one type, mainly, you know, doctors, maybe physicians, maybe etc. Nowadays, we are working on the rapid response teams in this, you know, different aspects to include people or colleagues, professionals, public health practitioners from the environmental health, from the One Health, from the lab. We should not forget the lab when we are talking from the planet. And these programs already, you know, established in Iraq, Egypt, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, Morocco, and Jordan. So, you know, with this preparedness and with this, the concept of building the capacity, we are working on that. The other thing, you know, sometimes the countries really need some support of preparing some standard operation and procedures or, you know, the situation analysis or assessment for the country. So we are providing such technical assistance to the countries in different aspects. So this is in terms of the building capacity and how we can provide more technical support. we are very interested in building the concept of cross-border support. And we have, you know, it was presented today in the Tunisia movie, an experience about, you know, Tunisia and Libya, about, you know, lab and how we can collaborate such cross-border issues. And as was stated today, theoretically about, you know, the dangers of that there is no borders, there is no something. So we need to fix, you know, how we can do these concepts and how we can translate these concepts into action. So cross borders is something that we are facing every day. We have concern about Sudan, for example, with the current situation, since it's surrounded by 6 countries, to best of my knowledge. We have, as the Minister of Palestine stated about, you know, poliomyelitis. It's okay, not animal origin, but still, you know, these concepts, you know, about the cross-border, we need to focus on. And let us take from the MENA region an example, you know, the brucellosis. It was stated today few things about the brucellosis. So brucellosis, we have the movement of animals. It's not very well controlled among countries from MENA region and Africa region as well. So how we can establish, you know, cross-border surveillance for animal and health. Surveillance is, it was, even before the One Health, it was not perfect. We are facing some troubles or, you know, challenges. I am trying to be positive. Challenges, maybe limitations, some places, but you can imagine now when we bring, you know, animal health and, you know, we are bringing lab and we are bringing also, you know, it's very important to think how we can improve the data of surveillance. And this is one of the areas that we are working in, how we can continue supporting the surveillance and how we can receive, you know, the data on time in timely manner and response in timely manner. And this is what's known, you know, 1.17, etc. You know, different international now and regional initiatives to make sure that we are collecting the right data, the right quality of the data, and to take the action in the moment. And this is really, we need to work more on the surveillance, and I think this is the beauty of the data and how we can action, you know, according to this. Infinite very interested also, again, you know, in community practice and how we can provide to the region practical example about the community engagement. And this is what we recently did in Sudan in terms of volunteer for vector-borne disease. So volunteers were trained, you know, some certain training, you know, how they can support, you know, the efforts in the country in terms of preventing, controlling, and measuring, you know, the vector-borne disease. And this is the role of Infinite, you know, actually to implement and to bring the example of implementation of the theoretical part and how we can support the activities in the field and how we can, together with the countries and with other partners, how we can move to support, you know, countries in these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You well explained the Eastern Mediterranean Public Health Network support in operationalizing, let's say, One Health, so technical assistance, advocacy, capacity building, providing tools also, collaboration, coordination, building up national One Health frameworks that include preparedness, response, cross-border support, community engagement. So thank you very much for that comprehensive overview. And Professor Benalaya, what are, according to you, the planned next steps for translating the One Health approach into action, as we were saying with our colleague?
This is a very good question, and what is lacking usually is the transformation of the approaches and plans into action. Key elements include situation analysis and the One Health governance, and this workshop shows that there is a willing to have a very high level of governance of the One Health approach implementation in our countries. The second thing is the coordination, the mechanism between all sectors, what are the legal framework for this coordination, and planning the implementation. We need to plan the implementation and to review the lessons learned from previous experience. In Tunisia, for example, we already have a plan, the prevention, preparedness, response, and resilience plan for outbreaks and pandemics. It was activated during COVID-19, and it was evaluated after COVID-19, and we have conducted 2 inter-action reviews and an after-action review, and we revised this plan according to the recommendation of this assessment, and we have now the new plan who was developed with all sectors. All sectors participated, from the human, animals, environment, and all other sectors were involved in the elaboration of this plan, and also we elaborate some SOPs. This plan was used to apply for the pandemic funds, and because we have this plan, Tunisia was in part accepted for the pandemic funds. Now, we are in the implementation phase of what was planned, and this is the most challenging, because we need to implement according to the time that we have, and we need really to have some prioritization and to enhance our capacity to implement what was planned. The second thing that we have a strategy, risk communication, community engagement, and pandemic management strategy. The strategy was also available before COVID-19, was revised according to the assessment done after the COVID-19, and it was revised many times. We are some of the few countries in the region that have this strategy with all SOPs, and we already started the first training with the support of pandemic funds and the WHO to implement this strategy. What is the particularity that we have focal point from each department at the Ministry of Health, and we have focal points from each sector that are involved in the elaboration of this strategy, and they will be involved in the implementation of this strategy. And we have also with us a representative from the community, what is also one of the positive aspects of this strategy. We are listening to the field to be able to have to be able to implement these activities. Then, for us, these 2 documents, the preparedness plan and the risk communication strategy, are the main component of the preparation to pandemics, but also through these 2 documents, we are experiencing the One Health in the field. We are practicing the One Health in the field, and this is one of the positive components, and we hope that we will be able to implement all what was planned in the field, and I hope that all other countries will be able also to have some support to be able to be prepared for the next pandemics.
Thank you very much. So, looking ahead, you highlighted that the next steps should include strengthening and the One Health capacities, reducing zoonotic disease risks, strengthening food safety, controlling AMR, environmental health, all these components together through several tools that you mentioned, like performing situation analysis, working on coordination, planning, review the lessons learned, etc. So we really have to put in practice what we've planned, as you said. So I would have liked to keep on discussing with you, having this lovely discussion for the whole afternoon, but we have to give some time also to the other colleagues for the other panels and sessions. So please allow me just to quickly conclude this. So summarizing the great contributions from our speakers, we can say, I think, that the effective operationalization of the One Health approach can relies, let's say, in 5 key priority areas. The first is establishing a strong governance with a legal and policy framework. The second, enhancing all the aspects related to coordination, communication, collaboration, the community engagement, all the sectors across the borders. Third, investing in the workforce development, all the different sectors, not just a few of them. Fourth, enabling regional platforms, timely and efficient data sharing, open data sharing among all sectors. And fifth, but not least, strengthening the risk communication and the community engagement, as we were saying. So this morning, Dr. Hailat from HOLEP presented the definition of One Health, discussed the 4 C's of One Health. So addressing today's complex health challenges demands an integrated action and an institutionalized coordination between the sectors. And so I would like to congratulate again Tunisia for having organized this wonderful One Health conference. So continued institutionalization of One Health must be backed by investment in awareness, joint training, cross-sectoral capacity building, supportive legislation, resource mobilization, investment plans, and multi-sectoral governance. So this is really vital if we want to enable those joint surveillance, science-based data sharing that we have mentioned the whole day. So please join me in sharing a big round of applause to all our speakers again. And I thank you all for your attention, and I give the floor back to our facilitator moderator. I don't know where he... Thank you very much.
Thank you. Never too far away. Thank you. Thank you. On peut l'applaudir lui aussi, le modérateur. Francesco, great job you have done there. Thank you. Okay, so we will have a coffee break after the next session. Actually, it's a 10-minute session, and then we will finish our program. I think we might have a few minutes of the minister. He will have the conclusion. Donc, نرجع نواصل تحية لتtous les interprètes qui sont en train de faire un excellent travail. On peut les applaudir d'ailleurs. نرجع نحكي بالعربية، نعرفهم ما يحبوش كي يبدلوا لغات، دونك أنا نواصل بالعربية. إذا باش نواصلوا في برنامجنا. معنا الآن في ربط مباشر الدكتورة بريا باسو، the Executive Head Pandemic Fund. We can see you, and let's see if we can hear you. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Okay, so the floor is yours. Last but not least, Dr. Priya Basu, and then we'll have وبعد باش يكون عندنا كلمة الختام لسيد وزير الصحة. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, hello and good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to join you for this important conference, and I'm so sorry I can't be with you in person. It's entirely my loss, but I've been following some of the sessions online and listening to the fascinating presentations and very rich discussion that you've been having. My thanks to the government of Tunisia, the World Bank, and all of you, leaders and experts gathered in Tunis, who are driving progress on One Health across the region and beyond. The next pandemic threat may emerge from a farm or a forest or a market. It may be accelerated by climate, shaped by resistance to treatment, or overlooked by fragmented systems. As you've been discussing, zoonotic spillovers are on the rise, COVID-19, Ebola, avian influenza, and others, each a warning of what can happen when human, animal, and environmental health is not coordinated. Scientific evidence confirms what many of you already know through experience, that human, animal, environmental interactions are a major driver of emerging infectious diseases. Deforestation, habitat loss, and biodiversity disruption are exacerbating the risks, expanding the range of disease vectors, with malaria and dengue reaching new geographies. And meanwhile, antimicrobial resistance, or AMR, is undermining our ability to treat infections. And yet, our systems are too often fragmented, too siloed. Human health, animal health, environmental oversight, each operating independently. In response, countries are turning to One Health approaches, and this is where the Pandemic Fund comes in. The Pandemic Fund was established at the World Bank in 2022 at the request of the G20 with support from the wider international community. Our mission is to help low and middle income countries strengthen systems for disease prevention, early detection, and rapid response before outbreaks become pandemics, with One Health as a key underlying theme. We are disease agnostic, which means we focus on cross-cutting systems, on surveillance, on laboratory capacity and workforce, not on single diseases, but on strengthening capacities and broad capabilities that make countries safer across the board. Since its launch, the Pandemic Fund has raised almost $3 billion and awarded $885 million to 47 projects in 75 countries, and mobilized an additional $6 billion in co-financing from domestic and other sources. So that's a 1:7 leverage ratio, evidence of our catalytic financial model. And a third funding round of $500 million is underway as I speak. I'm happy to share that around $130 million, or 15% of what we have awarded so far, is for countries in the MENA region. These have helped to mobilize over 8 times as much in co-financing from international partners and co-investment from the countries themselves, the strong commitment of the MENA region to One Health. 85% of projects across our portfolio are in fact helping to operationalize One Health strategies for pandemic prevention and preparedness, with nearly all projects in our most recent funding round incorporating One Health, underscoring the growing recognition that cross-sectoral collaboration is essential for effective pandemic prevention. So what does this look like on the ground? Operationalizing One Health for pandemic prevention and preparedness means strengthening surveillance and early warning systems that can track and connect threats across animals and humans and across borders. The Pandemic Fund is proud to be supporting many countries in the MENA region, from Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Tunisia, Sudan, Yemen, and others, in the development of integrated disease surveillance across domains, from human and animal health to food safety, management of infectious diseases, and AMR, and improving data access and sharing. We're also supporting countries in the region to strengthen laboratory systems that can test for zoonotic diseases and AMR. In Tunisia, for example, the Pandemic Fund-supported project will strengthen human and animal health laboratories. The aim, as I understand, is to prepare 20 human health and 7 animal health reference laboratories for accreditation by the International Organization for Standardization, including by enhancing lab biosafety and biosecurity. And similar efforts are underway in many other countries in the region. Across countries, Pandemic Fund-supported projects are investing in the health workforce that covers not only doctors and nurses, but veterinarians, animal health workers, community health workers, lab technicians for human and animal health labs, and so on. Our projects are also fostering joint workforce planning across ministries. And finally, as was just highlighted in the previous session, and given the role of community engagement, our One Health efforts focus strongly on engaging communities, as well as on risk communications and coordination. When we talk of communities, we also include livestock farmers and animal health workers. We're also working on strengthening governance and underpinning policies and frameworks that can support One Health. The Pandemic Fund is proud to be working with the MENA region and beyond to lay the foundation for health security. And we're seeing real country leadership and ownership, which is very inspiring. As global health financing tightens, we must defend and expand the gains we are making. This will require redoubling efforts to invest domestic resources to complement international financing. Ladies and gentlemen, the next pandemic is not inevitable. With the right investments, strong partnerships, and with a truly One Health approach, we can prevent outbreaks, protect communities, and build a safer world for all. At the Pandemic Fund, we are committing that vision. Let us work together across sectors and borders to put One Health into practice at scale and for the long term. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this important conversation. Back to you, Chair.
And thank you, Dr. Priya. Thank you for joining us. It was very expected. Many people were asking me when was the time that it will happen, and thank you for waiting for us. And I think it was a perfect timing for you. Thank you again, and we hope next time to have you here physically.
Thank you.
Thank you. On peut l'applaudir de nouveau, bien sûr. Donc c'était كانت الدكتور بيا باسو Executive Head Pandemic Fund. Last but not least, donc تقريبا في مقدمين شويه في الوقت، دونك سي بون فيت مش خليكم وقت النتوركينج النص ساعه، دونك بارفي تايمينغ. الكلمه الان كلمه الختام للسيد وزير الصحه سي موسى فرجاني، دونك باش يقدم لي كلوزينغ ريماركس نتاعو. فوالا سوف زابلوديسمون.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا جزيلا. برافو، يعطيكم الصحة الناس اللي قعدوا beaucoup de souffle, beaucoup de courage pour rester jusqu'à la fin. مع اختتام فعاليات اليوم الأول، يملأني فخر عميق لما شهدناه من نقاشات ثرية ورؤى متقاطعة وإرادة جماعية حقيقية لتجاوز التحديات الصحية التي تواجه منطقتنا في شمال إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط، وذلك من خلال تبني مقاربة الصحة الواحدة. لقد أكدت المداخلات اليوم أن هذه المقاربة لم تعد مجرد إطار نظري، ce n'est plus un slogan، بل أصبحت واقعاً ينبض من خلال تجارب ملموسة وشراكات استراتيجية والتزام مشترك بالسير نحو أنظمة صحية أكثر تنسيقاً ومرونة وصلابة. ما لمسناه هو إدراك متزايد بضرورة كسر الحواجز بين القطاعات، بين الفلاحة، بين البيئة، بين الصحة، بين البلديات، واعتماد حلول متكاملة تنصف العلاقة الحيوية بين صحة الإنسان، صحة الحيوان، وسلامة البيئة. وهذا لا يتحقق إلا بالاستثمار في المعرفة وبناء الثقة وتعزيز التنسيق طويل المدى. وكما قال في البانيل اليوم الصباح كذلك الوزير العماني، لا يتحقق الصحة الواحدة إلا وقت يقع تحسيس المواطن بقيمة الصحة الواحدة ومفهوم الصحة الواحدة، ويتبنى المواطن في جميع البلدان والمواطن والمسؤول زاد في جميع القطاعات يتبنى مفهوم الصحة الواحدة. اعتماد إعلان قرطاج اليوم في صيغة طوعية مرنة يمثل محطة فارقة في هذا المسار. لقد وقعت صياغته بروح منفتحة ليكون منصة للتلاقي وأداة محفزة للتعاون الإقليمي دون فرض أو إقصاء. وتونس من خلال احتضانها لهذا الإعلان تجدد دعوتها إلى شراكة جماعية تتقاسم فيها دول المنطقة الرؤية والمسؤولية، كل حسب أولوياته وخصوصياته الوطنية. وغدا أمامنا ثمينة للانتقال من إطار المفهوم إلى التنفيذ الفعلي والعملي من خلال بحث أدوات التمويل واستكشاف آليات التطبيق والانطلاق نحو بناء مجتمع إقليمي فاعل لتبادل التجارب والدروس المستفادة. أيها السيدات والسادة، ما يميز هذا اليوم حقاً هو شعورنا العميق بأننا لا نكتفي بالحضور، بل نؤسس سوياً لرؤية مشتركة، رؤية لمستقبل صحي أكثر تماسك في شمال إفريقيا والشرق المتوسط، قادر على التوقي، على الاستباق، على التنبيه والاستجابة والتكيف. أشكر بكل صدق كل من ساهم في إنجاز هذا اليوم المتميز، وأتطلع بكل أمل وحماس إلى مواصلة هذا المسار معكم غدا. نعرف يوم عطلة ونهار أحد، أما ماذا بيا نشوفكم نومبرو كما اليوم. خلينا نكملوا مع بعضنا فكرة الصحة، هي صحة واحدة، مستقبل واحد، مسار واحد، وخاصة تولي ثقافة الصحة الواحد. شكرا لكم وإلى اللقاء غدا.
إذا شكرا لكم معالي الوزير، وتفضلوا مرحبا بكم الكل. دونك بور لا بوست كافيه، ملتقانا غدوه ان شاء الله. اليوم الثاني اكيد باش يكون ثري بالورشات والندوات. شكرا لكم الكل وتصبحوا على خير. تحيه لتوت ليكيب، لي انتربريت، ليكيب دورغانيزاسيون، الناس الكل، فريق التلفزه، توت ليكيب، ونيسي فوزي وسي رياض، الكل هنا تبارك الله. دونك ادوما تخافوش، سي رياض الميكرو باش نروح به سوايع ونرجعوا. تفضلوا مرحبا بكم الكل. بوست كافيه حاضر، تستنى فيكم البر.